You are.
And integrity science, we're trying to figure out what you're looking at there. Is it like right on the Terminator, or is it in the eliminated portion next to the Terminator?
While we wait for a response from the crew, the Terminator is that difference between day and night, or brightness and darkness, that you see on the moon. We see this from the International Space Station as well, looking down at Earth.
And science from integrity, excuse my space orientation adaptation. If you draw a line between Glushko through the center of Oriental, and then another line from Glushko through the southern tangent of Oriental, that line would almost perfectly intersect tangentially the crater that I'm talking about, and it is on the Terminator. So yeah, I think I'm not looking at the South Pole. I was a little twisted.
That line description was really helpful. I have eyes on the SIR right now, and they are actively discussing lunar geography. We will be back with you shortly.
You're hearing a couple voices today in Mission Control Houston. One of those
that is Zeeman Crater.
Zeeman. Okay, and can you say the first letter? I may be pronouncing that wrong. What's the first word?
Zulu. It's Z-E-E-M-A-N.
Copy. Thank you for that. Yes, we've got a great view of that. And when I went back to the window just now, the view has completely changed. Our trajectory is taking us to a new view, and I'm looking more into Babylon. I've got a nice, great view into Babylon. I'm actually away from the window right now, so I'm going to go try to give you some bounding words on the view that we're seeing. But I've got to get back to a window in a minute.
Understood, Victor. You're defining new views of the moon in more ways than one.
Again, when you hear calls down to science or from science, that's Dr. Kelsey Young, the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead here at a console in Mission Control. You also hear communications with the crew from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is the Capcom for today. She is a backup Artemis 2 operator. Those calls from pilot Victor Glover asking about a feature he was seeing, specifically a crater on the moon. Meanwhile, the team here in the science evaluation room was actively working together to determine which feature he was describing. The teams at the window have continued to move through their targets, including Ohm, Aristarchus Plateau, Reiner Gamma, and we are preparing for the cabin and window teams to swap. That's when we'll hear more from Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen when they take on these support roles, while Christina Cook and Victor Glover are at the windows photographing and annotating. As we briefly mentioned, if you look towards the right side of the moon, essentially, this live view coming from a camera outside the Orion spacecraft, and if you look on the right side of the moon where you see those dark patches.
Wow, yeah, I wish I had some more time to just sit here and describe what I'm seeing, but the Terminator right now is just fantastic. It is the most rugged that I've seen it. From a lighting perspective, there are little islands. There are islands of terrain out there that are completely surrounded by darkness, which indicates some real variation in terrain. Up to the north, there is a very nice double crater. It looks like a snowman sitting there, in the 5-10 degrees below the pole in the Terminator. And then on the southern edge, there's almost like a hole. Looks like a hole, and it's the diameter of Vavilov size, just blackness, and then a wall of bright, and then it goes back to the black beyond the Terminator. So there's it looks like there's just a gigantic hole right there, 1 Vavilov diameter east of the Terminator. And as you go south, the Terminator is not a nice smooth arc. It's just jagged. There's almost a 110-degree turn in the shadow as opposed to the nice smooth arc, again indicating some really interesting variations. And I'm sure we'll get some photos of that. And then one of the craters further to the south of Vavilov, maybe halfway down to the South Pole, is not only looks like just a deep hole, and then there's like 2 island rays pointing off to the west and north that indicate very high ridges and very deep canyons coming up out of that crater. So again, just some really interesting visual illusions going on with the shadows there. Like I said, there look to be islands out beyond the Terminator, because some of the things, maybe even a Vavilov diameter into the Terminator are catching sunlight on the peaks up to the north and to the south. It's very, very interesting to see.
Integrity science. Oh my gosh, that was an amazing picture you just painted. I glanced over at the SIR video and I literally saw fist pumps in the air. Those types of observations are things that humans are uniquely able to contribute, and you just really brought us along with you, so thanks for that.
That's awesome, Kelsey. Did you get a sit rep updating you on a slight change in logistics for PCD use?
Christina, this is Houston. We did not, but we will take it now.
We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. The 2 window observers kept their PCD. So in other words, the one that window 2 went to window 3 and the one that window 3 went to window 2 when they swapped rather than staying at the window. We'll plan on all observers keeping the same PCD for all observations.
Copy, Christina. That makes sense to us, and good plan. We are coming up here on a cabin and window team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle status.
As you heard, science.
Houston, go for the vehicle system update.
Howdy, Reed. We don't have much for you. We just wanted to let you know that toilet right now is no-go for use as we stick with the predetermined limit for now. All crew members, please use CCUs. Otherwise, Orion is looking very good. And you have 15 minutes in this handover time where we expect Victor and Christina to switch to the windows and you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. Let us know if you have any questions.
No questions at all. They're in the swap right now. The first thing I'll tell you, I floated up to the docking hatch window and just what I'm going to call the Mari around Oriental just looks so different out the docking hatch right now. It's quite a bit darker. It's the same darkness, if not a little darker than Grimaldi. But it's cool after just being in the 400 mil for the last half hour, looking up close. I got pictures of everything Ike was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so dynamic right now. It's very three-dimensional out the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the 400 mil.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had some longer lenses on the solar array so you could see the whole moon, but man, it is, or the up-close moon, not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
All right, MPO and Inco, take notes. We want a zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
Affirmative.
As the crew gets ready to switch positions from the window crew going back to the support crew and the support crew flying up to the windows, this view inside the room, Capcom Jenny Gibbons speaking with the crew, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. The crew has
Oh, no. Sorry, chat. What the hell? Hold on a sec. I think they're glitched or I'm glitched. Jesus. I can't refresh or do anything. Hold on, it's coming back. Oh. Damn ads. That's what it is. Hang in tight. Unstable. What's the bit rate? It's over 6,000. See if we can get it back, chat. I have an ad ending in 25 seconds. They must blank or block the ads. I think that's what it is. There's a delay.
Time in the Artemis era. So together, LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and Artemis 2 are demonstrating how NASA moves from mapping the moon robotically to exploring it with humans. We are laying the groundwork for future Artemis missions and sustained lunar operations. A check-in with Orion. We are now 4 days, 21 minutes, 4 days, 21 hours, and 22 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, our crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. We are now 8,153 miles away from the moon, 250,742 miles away from Earth. The spacecraft is traveling at 1,030 miles per hour.
I gotta turn off the ads. I can't do it right now.
The professional science update giver is now in seat 2. That is where Victor is, and Christina is nestling into seat 1 with the long lens, and we're just getting ourselves oriented here. It's a cool view in the cabin. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now and looking at my crewmates getting up to their observation post and looking in. It's super fun.
Copy all, read, we like it. Copy all, read, we like it.
As we heard confirmation from NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis 2, Reed Wiseman, they are now switching positions. of the support teams and the observation teams. So initially, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were at Windows 2 and 3 in the Orion spacecraft, taking photos and making annotations in their PCDs, portable computing devices. They were also giving audible descriptions into their PCDs, wearing headsets with microphones and providing recordings that the science team will be able to listen to later. We were hearing from NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Victor Glover as they made observations as part of the support team. Now, as these teams are swapping, we anticipate hearing more from Reed and Jeremy as they'll be on the support team, while Victor and Christina will be at the windows taking photos and making annotations.
And Jenny, for the science team, if they can mark this time, I just covered up window 4 to block out the ambient light from a very bright planet Earth. And it'll be interesting to see if in the data Victor and Christina see any differences from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker in the cabin now.
Copy, Reed. We're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
We are live in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby of the Artemis 2 crew, the first humans to fly by the moon in over 50 years. Orion launched 4 days, 21 hours, and 30 minutes ago atop the SLS rocket, Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our 4 crew members inside the spacecraft are transitioning their positions. The cabin and window teams have swapped. Currently at the window, we have Victor Glover and Christina Cook, NASA astronauts, and serving as support, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. For our crews at the window, they are using handheld Nikons with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. There are also GoPros on each of the solar arrays on Orion, and that's where this view is coming from right now. We have an interior camera of the crew as well, but they have dimmed the cabin lights. They've actually turned off the cabin lights to allow them to better see outside of the spacecraft. This also helps prevent any reflections from lights inside the spacecraft reflecting onto the windows while they are photographing the moon. We talked a little bit about the views and the cameras being used on the Orion spacecraft. And again, we do have GoPros on the tip of each solar array wing. Now, the bandwidth is a little
You
bit
can't see the
limited.
shading, John, of the moon.
We do
if
have
you
to
watch
deal
it
with
carefully.
A lot more data. That includes their environmental control and life support system. We are not the only data, this view that you see, coming down from the spacecraft, and so we do rely on sharing some of that with the other flight controllers in mission control. This helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety of our astronauts.
You can't see the change of speed. You watch the moon. You will see colors on the moon change. I think around this side here. This is the dark side. The camera's on a wing. There's a wing on the top side of the Artemis up this way, up near the top. Or maybe it's off to the side this way.
We are standing by for a situation report from the crew aboard the spacecraft. They've been imaging the whole moon. There is now a new crew at the window. That would be Victor Glover and Christina Cook. And so being it's their first time since they have moved up to the window positions, they have a chance to orient themselves and describe and take pictures of any color or albedo variations across the surface. Reminder, albedo is the brightness or reflectiveness.
Integrity science for a science sit rep when you're ready.
Oh. You see, this line is changing gradually. Watch my mouse. Let's place it right here on the moon, this crater. Let's see if it moves. They're zooming with the lens. You see the color change?
Houston Integrity, we have no external view of the moon right now for the floating crew members, so my only science sit rep is that we have Victor in window 3 doing...
Oh, we might lose view.
...in window 2 with the long lens.
Kubrick did better.
Integrity, we copy. Are the shrouds still on windows 1 and 4? And if so, would you consider trying to get a view through one of those windows?
Yeah, they got to unstrap to get over there.
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too bright and it's impacting Ike's peripheral vision. And then
see, my mouse has moved off the dot.
The docking hatch window, I could see Oriental south down to the South Pole. And
I'm going to reposition the mouse again on this crater, right in the middle.
Long trenches.
I'll try not to touch it. Oh, we're going to lose it.
When you come out the north side of Oriental,
that's what he's saying.
you check the kind of boulders across the
So I got the mouse right in the middle of that crater.
southern half of Oriental.
I'm not going to touch the mouse.
Large, here they look like gorges. They're almost like rain when it comes.
The moon is moving left to right. Oh, fuck.
Into the desert, kind of what it looks like. Also, Burgess Alpha is extremely bright. It's the brightest.
I repositioned the mouse.
Even brighter now than Aristarchus, which is heading off.
If I turn my Wi-Fi off, I'll lose service. I need the same service NASA uses. Well, you can watch mine. I mean, I'm only getting NASA feed. And it's legit. It says right on the website you can use Twitch. I'm dual streaming, actually. Using Restream, I'm doing horizontal on YouTube and also on... But my title's fucked up. Oh, shit. Turn the volume off on this monitor. They made 229,000 miles in 4 days. They should be landing on the moon any second. They're not landing on the moon. They're going to fly around the dark side of the moon and come back.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window
yeah,
geometry
you're
description. Any
yeah,
comments
great description, Kelsey.
The annular ring in Oriental.
Okay, we got the moon back. I'm going to put this thing here with the mouse in the middle of that crater. I'm not going to touch the desk. I'm just going to enjoy my paps. We are playing catch up. Yeah, we're maybe a little late, John. If we don't get on the fucking moon so soon, there ain't going to be much left of Earth. Maybe another 500 years.
Not quite as dark as Gravati, but it is probably only because
Agreed. That's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much.
Yeah, roger that.
Heart
Roger that.
coming out of the sir.
Transformers, franken-sauce. Lamb sauce. I bought lamb sauce the other day, and I tried to buy lamb today.
Just saying that the sir was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about, so thanks.
The cursor of the mouse is moving from the center of that crater to the outside of the crater now.
And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
Commander-in-Chief. I'll be right back. I'm going to have a pee break. Make sure you let Fatty know. I'll be right back.
That was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, now providing a science sit rep as he is away from the windows most of the time. He is working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen in the spacecraft, as Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at windows 2 and 3, able to photograph the moon. Christina and Victor are also providing recorded information to their portable computing devices, that's their PCDs, and the science team will have access to that at a later time. They will then review it and compile all of this data to help further our understanding of the moon. One of the items you heard mentioned was Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting opportunity for the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental.
Forgot to flush the toilet. Oh my God, what happened? Did we get kicked off the network? What the fuck? Oh.
Mountains.
Why didn't you tell me, John?
That the observations will be used to study the geologic evolution of the youngest lunar basin and to inform formation hypotheses for the
I went to the bathroom, I come back, the TV's screwed up. All right.
And again, another fun fact about Oriental is the diameter is the same distance between Johnson Space Center.
Okay, we're just going to try and get a fact straightened out here.
Crew launched on April 1st.
I put the mouse right in the middle of that crater, or that dark spot. Of course, you get better commentary on NASA Direct, but you can watch me on YouTube, actually. You guys all got to switch over to YouTube and watch this, because I need the watch time hours. Oh, they had to restart the video. Cool. The amount of money they spent to do this drive-by, not even stop by. Yeah, well, they'll be stopping by soon. Apparently, they're going to settle on the moon. I ain't going. 5 days up and 5 days back. You'll probably shrink about 1/4 of an inch. And I've already lost 1.5 inches. By the way, my birthday's next week. You did the spacecraft, when you were younger, John. But left many questions. What were the questions, John?
This live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission, now 7,373 miles away from the moon, 251,130 miles from Earth.
There you go, boys. There it is, 7,300 from the moon. I swear that thing is it's moving very, very slowly. And now they enhance the color. See the color change. They're using friggin' GoPros for this. Ah! I wouldn't do it that way. I'd use my iPhone. Yeah, sure you would. Oh, they changed the camera angle. Look at that.
Again, the Artemis 2 crew passed the Apollo 13 record of the humans farthest from the Earth today at 12:57 p.m.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
Don't forget. Yeah. How far was it? The moon just
That
jumped.
distance set by Apollo 13.
Well, there's probably a delay
655
between the
miles.
transition of the
We
data.
past that, and we expect to pass that by about 4,105 miles. That'll be when that will.
Don't
be
forget
when
the
it
moon
reaches
is rotating
its
as well.
farthest distance from the Earth. It could be
The Earth is
around
rotating,
252,760
and Artemis
miles.
is out there in
Again,
between the
these
two.
are, approximations and our targets, and we will make sure to report back the final numbers once we have them.
Yeah, we're waiting for the numbers. Trying to. If they just leave the cameras alone. Oh boy.
We have some refined times of when we expect to have Earth.
I thought I turned the ads off.
Earth behind the moon while Orion flies behind
Dismiss.
the moon. That would be about 5:41.
If I get an ad, this is going to screw up the feed, boys.
The spacecraft would make its.
And I went and turned the ads off in Twitch.
At 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern,
and then now they tell me it's coming again.
66 miles.
Huh?
And then at 6:02 p.m. Central.
Okay,
and,
we got 2 more hours to
its
go.
Farthest distance from the Earth. We anticipate that'll be about 252,755 miles, which would be 4,100.
That's how many miles I got on my oldest car.
13. We would see Earthrise again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time.
My Mustang is 26 years old.
Minutes later, regain communication.
It doesn't even have near that. Got 96,000 kilometers, which is 54,000 miles in 26 years. And she's still sitting in the driveway in showroom condition.
Currently aboard Orion, Victor Glover and Christina Cook are the two team members conducting lunar flyby observations, meaning they are using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon, and their PCD, or the portable computing
Who moved the mouse? They
device,
changed the
to
camera again?
conduct annotations. They are both recording information that will be downlinked to the science crew, and tomorrow morning the science team will have a conference with the team while the information is so fresh. They'll be speaking with the crew about their observations and their data collection.
Nice.
Otherwise, most of tomorrow, Flight Day 7 is considered...
The idea is to put man into space again. This is the first time Artemis has carried any human into space. So that's one thing. The second thing is now that we're going to make a loop around the moon and come back to Earth. And they'll be back on the 10th of April sometime. Oh. Back to my reference point. I think the craters are starting to get a little more pronounced when you look at it. And by the way, it's, let's see what it's 2160 is is the source. Okay, it was different before. Okay, 2160, so that's pretty good high resolution. See, this crater, guys, is getting closer to the bottom of the moon. The moon is going this direction. So soon this is going to disappear around the corner.
Flight day 6 of the
and we're going to have this whole it's going to be blacked out.
The moon directly, providing a critical
and then they'll probably drop the feed.
Science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. If you're just joining us, the crew is well into their lunar flyby observations, and we anticipate that we will hear from them soon.
Yeah, probably having lunch.
A few times every hour, they are slated to call down with science sit reps or situation reports. We most recently had one from Commander Reed Wiseman.
Mm-hmm.
He and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist, were first at the windows today to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing. Therefore, we heard more from Victor Glover and Christina Cook earlier in the day during those first blocks. But now that Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are on the support side, they are the ones calling
O.J.
down
Simpson
what they are
did
seeing
it.
from windows 1 and 4. Earlier, we heard that the Earth is so bright in window 4, they have had to temporarily cover it with a T-shirt.
So why aren't we seeing that view? They had to put a T-shirt over the window. I was on the Concorde one time, and the window got so hot that when you put your hand against the window on the Concorde,
record of solar system history that has been
it's hot.
On Earth because the moon doesn't
it's
have
very, very
an
hot.
atmosphere. So things that we experience on Earth, like weather or plate tectonics, don't really apply. So the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. And studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced our own planet Earth's history, and how the sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. Artemis science is designed around questions best answered by humans, working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time
AI
context and adaptability that only humans can provide.
Tired of AI.
This mission, Artemis 2, is serving
I'm on another new map with AI.
Operations, which allows NASA to test how science is planned, executed, and supported during a
on YouTube. I had a stream yesterday.
Future Artemis flights.
I think it was yesterday. About the 53-minute mark, I'm in a house, freezing my ass off, and lit a fire, and it wasn't 5 minutes after I got the fire going. An government AI walked in, an NPC, and he didn't have a gun, but he came at me with a stick, and I blew his head off with a CR. What map? With AI? You will love it, Lamb Sauce. You will get your ass kicked. Grim Reaper was on there yesterday with Minnow. He died. Reaper died twice in 15 minutes. Minnow was a hero yesterday. He killed 4 or 5 of them, and now he's over in Vishnoi now, logged out. The map is called Lone 2025.
Copy.
And when you read the info first before you launch the app or the server, go check the info in the profile, join their Discord, because it may save you a lot of frustration and give you an idea of what to expect. I didn't do that in the beginning. I just went in cold, and I logged in Dubrovka.
As you heard in that call, it is now time for the team members at the window.
Yeah, they I don't know what they do. No, they beat you up, and I don't know what they do, and they always travel in teams, and a couple of guys always wait outside. But when I left there, after I looted his body and I got a head torch and some stuff, I didn't see another AI, and I left there. And I headed south. I went east over to Krasnostav, down to the airfield. I came in the back way through the bush. And I met up with my son, Strucky, who was in Grandma's house.
Until we expect
There's a
The
pub
lose
down there
signal with
on the
spacecraft
south
as
side
they
of the
fly
Crash
behind the moon.
Airfield. Don't have a lot of free time to game, so
And the
only
next
server
target for
that
the
gets
crew
my
is considered
suffering
the
is
crew choice
CHF.
event.
Well, this
They
will
have
test
the
you,
option to focus on any regions,
and
patterns, or features that interest
you will soon
them.
find out if you're in the mood.
The science team has asked the crew to capture pictures that illustrate their choice, as well as at different zoom levels,
Now,
and to describe
is
why
that
certain
thing
features
moved,
or
or
regions caught their eye.
I gotta stop touching the mouse? It went about 1/4 of an inch.
Those recordings are part of what
Watch
has
the
been
mouse.
saved on
The
their PCDs, portable computing device that will be sent to the science team for analysis.
It's moving. Look at the mouse.
The crew has been allotted
It's a lone. It's called. No, it's not. It's not the same lone server. It's different people all together, Lemsauce.
So we expect to hear
Make sure you look at Lone 2025. It's permanent, no wipe, survival. You'll see it. It comes right up on the DZSA launcher. Yeah, the moons keep moving. Yeah, like jumping. No, but look. See, look. My mouse started out in the middle, right there. Watch. Not going to bump the desk. But I think the craters are starting to they're getting a little bit closer. But soon this is all going to be dark.
Something that the crew, or that the science team has used to help prepare the crew, is a cue card.
Yeah, I got that kill. That's right. You were watching that night.
To know the type or name, and if it is a target, of course, in this situation, when they have a crew choice,
Menno got some good kills. I posted them on
it may or may not be a target.
my YouTube and Shorts,
the location
and it's also on my Twitter feed.
They've also asked for the geometry.
I think 2 kills.
The size, shape, boundary,
One stupid bugger came up to the window of the
color tone,
log house, and he was breathing deep with had a gas mask on.
Next, they're interested in structure and texture.
Menno leaned to the right and shot him in the face.
Geologic relations, like association to other features, any contact to those features, and of course their thoughts, impressions, or interpretations.
Did I hit the desk again?
They are interested even in emotions and excitement that the crew may be having.
Oh, well, there's 2 on 2 up there. I imagine somebody's going to get excited.
This flyby day has been practiced in many ways, even in cities here in Mission Control, Houston. The team also conducted some field.
Why is the moon so green? I thought there was nothing on there but dust.
They also photographed a large globe, and the science team helped them determine which features they would be targeting.
We get shorts made for summer with the YouTube logo all over them. Oh. YouTube shorts. You should put them up. You're going to have lamb sauce on it? Or mint sauce? Should be called, you should have a second name. Lamb sauce, call it mint sauce.
We have a few more minutes that the crew would be photographing their crew choice. Again, this is...
That mouse moved. Look how much it moved. Or did I slam the table again?
They will then move on to another discussion portion. This is for
we're having our own discussion. Forget about it.
That reflectiveness and color that they're seeing. We heard earlier about some browns seen on the moon, which is very interesting, especially here from Earth, where we are just seeing whites, grays, and maybe even black at some points.
Yeah, but whites and browns.
That discussion for far side.
Why is it brown?
In a few minutes. The theme is looking to know how that color and albedo is, what those variations look like across the far side.
Right. Well, look how far the moon moved. A 1/4 of an inch almost. Look at my mouse. It is moving. Because it's moving right to left. Rotating right to left. Oh.
On the right side of your screen, the Science Evaluation Room, or SIR, where team members are looking real time at what the crew is seeing. And even earlier, we're...
Houston Integrity, you ready for science zero?
Yeah, go ahead. Roger that.
We'll take it.
Okay, the crew has swapped positions. They're in their crew choice element. I've been listening to both of them for a little bit, and they're really enjoying. They both decided to pick the Terminator.
FP.
And they're spending a lot
Oh,
of
that's
time
Churchy's
with the
gaming
Terminator,
server.
just talking about.
Yeah, I should get over
the
there.
that they can
I was on his
see,
server in Banov. It was a
do
lot
with
of
the
fun.
creators and the
Way
various
back when I started.
interesting,
I think
unique
that was even
situations
before I went
that
on
they can see.
CHF.
So Victor is on the long lens, and Christina is just looking out the window. And I'm sneaking a look, a peek in T-shirt window. It looks like, I don't have the best angle here, but it looks like Aristarchus is on the limb of the moon now. It's amazing how quickly it changes as we speed around the far side of the moon, stuff that's leaving our field of view. And now we have a lot of the dark side of the moon that, it's missing for us right now, but it would be in view if it was lit at all.
Jeremy, Science, thanks for that sit rep. Do have a question. A few times we've heard you and the other crew describe change during the course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of more verbosity about how it's changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
Yeah, Kelsey, sounds good. We are definitely keeping an eye on that.
See that?
My eyes have
My mouse,
readjusted. The moon
the
is
position
so
of the
bright.
cursor.
When you come back to the window, I was just in the interior of the cabin. I've come back to T-shirt.
Only the
window.
AI are at
It's
crashes in big
overwhelming
military.
brightness, and my viewing angle is a bit challenging, so I won't be able to give you
I-
great observations from this
I
window.
don't-
but
I don't know.
talk
No,
about
I haven't been on
something
Deer
that I
Isle,
talked about
John.
on my recordings earlier, which was
I was on his old Banov server.
and
That's like
so we
3 years
obviously
ago.
the dark and the light gray, and then we talked about naming some colors, a brownish hue and a greenish hue. And I'll tell you, like right now, Aristarchus, the plateau is hard for me to see from this window,
Put this on.
but that had greenish hues to me and was very.
Hang in there, guys. Strucky just
like
walked
that
into my
anywhere
office.
else on this side of the moon.
I suggest you
And
Churchy that
I
I
see a
go
lot
first.
of
You
these
should
what
add
I would call
the mod
brownish
that
hue
takes
areas.
away
There's a
gravity
number of them.
and makes you jump
And
15 feet in the air just
for
example,
example,
just
in
to
the
fool
northwest
everyone.
corner
Yeah.
of the Highlands,
Pretty cool,
to
eh?
me, it looks like the brownish
No,
hue
they're not landing. They're just doing a flyby.
landing on the Highlands, and then we obviously see the ray areas as a lighter albedo.
The brownish
Between
hue.
the rays where the deposit would be thinnest, that is what it looks like is causing the brown to me. So I saw that in the northwest
Between the rays.
side of Aristarchus, or sorry, that dark area of the Highlands, northwest side of the Highlands. I saw it in the Highlands to the east of Glushko, and then I see those same brownish hues west of Oriental. And
Okay.
I drew a contact there on OneNote, but that's a huge region, kind of like a piece of pie with the point of the pie pointing at Oriental and then going up towards the northern side of Hertzsprung. And that is
Yeah, I use
that
mint
is an area
sauce.
that just looks like a different, that brownish albedo.
I'm just looking up your chat there.
That was fantastic, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues, and so you really read my mind on asking about those. Understand they likely didn't have any contact with each other the way that you described them, but please correct me if I misunderstood that. And then last thing, I'll make the same offer we made to Victor earlier. If it would be helpful for us to verbalize any targets so you can stay at the windows and keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know.
Yes, you do that. He doesn't want to comment.
If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up.
Yeah. Text message is faster than voice.
Definitely not looking to interrupt your flow, Reed and Jeremy, only offering assistance if you guys want to keep your eyes off of the PCDs.
PCDs. Oh, look at that. I moved the mouse. Look where it is. I think the moon map that's supposedly coming out is using that high jump mod.
Not really science related, and we definitely learned this at Apollo, but the thing that is just most
You
fascinating
learned on a
I think,
server
to me,
a
Victor,
few
right
years
now
ago.
is even
Go fall high jump.
as rugged as the far
I've
side
only been
looks,
on Bitterroot
when you
a
look
couple
at
times. I was
Boydy,
on once
all
with
the way rugged.
Reverend.
But man, when you look at the
Yeah.
Terminator, it is just like
I think, and they had a flying car on there. A duck. What's it called? A duck car?
That way, and just the Terminator is really bringing out the shadows and the hills and the valleys, and it is just, it's unbelievable. It's like no surface of the Terminator is not marked by meteor impact, and it's just, it is very impressive to look at that, and you realize that that is true across the whole far side. You just can't see it due to sun illumination right now.
I wonder, yeah, the sun, there's no sun. I wonder why there's no marks. Why is it only marked on one side of the moon?
From our view, the Terminator looks absolutely alien because
Trying to fix shooting while jumping before it opens.
We're just not used to seeing. So thanks
That's
for
a
sharing that with us.
cool thing to do.
There's also, I don't know the name of it, coming out the south-southwest of Oriental, right on the southern Terminator, is just a massive crater. I don't know the name of it. Maybe you can look on the solar array wing video and tell me it's right. It's the southernmost crater you see on the Terminator right now.
Is that this one here? This crater?
We're looking for you.
Well, it's over here. They're seeing stuff here we can't see. I think that's what he's talking about. This one here we've been following. It's been up here, and it's moving in this direction. The pole, I think these are the poles of the moon, and it's rotating. Is it rotating left or right? I think so. It has to be. So, John, you think it's too advanced for DayZ to be able to jump and shoot at the same time? Can they do that on Tarkov, jump and shoot, or on Stalker? Strucky's on Stalker, and he's modding some stuff of his own. I'd have to ask him if he does it on Stalker. If you get some of those mods into DayZ, there's some good stuff over there. He wants me to start playing Stalker. I tried it once on my old computer and screwed it up. The computer crashed. But I have a new computer now. Oh, look at that.
We're loving that picture. Thanks for showing us. And Reed, as an answer to your last question, we believe that that is Chebyshev crater.
Chebyshev.
Sir agrees with that.
What about Chevy Case? Chebyshev. Google that, lamb sauce. You'll see a better picture of it.
That picture I was just showing you is an 8X iPhone out the docking hatch for the high grazing angle. It's just amazing.
Well, show us a picture.
We love it.
iPhone. What do you say about iPhone there? He's using an iPhone. I missed it. I wasn't looking. But look at the moon. It's this color. It's got this color,
This
brown
is
and
Artemis
green.
Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time, 4 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes into the flight of Orion.
22 hours. Is that all? I thought they were going longer than that.
This is Lunar Flyby Day for the crew aboard the spacecraft. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen are now the farthest people to have ever traveled from Earth.
Yeah. Imagine going to Mars.
This a live view from inside the spacecraft. They have turned off the lights so they're able to see outside and photograph the moon better with no reflections from inside. And for a very brief moment there.
Integrity Science, thanks for those iPhone views. It's helpful to...
Yeah, see, you're using iPhones. There it is. It's back.
We very briefly saw NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman showing a picture he took on his phone of the moon. We do expect to get all of the photos that the crew is taking today, and we cannot wait to share some of those with you. But pretty cool.
Watch my
in the
cursor.
meantime, just to see one quick
I
shot
had it in the
what
middle of
crew is
the...
seeing. And this view from outside the spacecraft on Orion's solar array wing.
It's on a wing, solar array wing. That's what it was.
Orion is now 6,643 miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer. Again, their closest approach will be about 4,066 miles.
Okay.
The best comparison
So-
is if you held a basketball at arm's length. That's about what it would look like to the Artemis 2 crew at their closest approach.
Okay, it's at 6, so it goes to 4. So 2/3 of another third closer. Good old PBR, iPhone moon picture. MC to the second. For 1 second. So look where the mouse is now. It's a whole inch across the screen from the crater I positioned the cursor at. Here we go, back to the control room.
This view showing at the very top, a camera coming from Orion, continuing their flyby of the moon. We have 3 more flyby observation blocks after the completion of this one.
See, in Earth, The way they
On the
see it.
bottom left of your screen, that's the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room, where team members are continuing to work through all of the targets that the crew is photographing today, and they've helped identify some of the craters and some of the other
This is that big black spot
items that the crew
over
has
here.
seen on the moon's surface. Down on the right is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston. Those two rooms down at the bottom are just down the hall from each other. And we are just a few minutes away from the next cabin and window team swap. That means Victor and Christina, who have been at the windows, will fly to the cabin, the background essentially, and be their support crew for Reed and Jeremy. Reed and
I'm
Jeremy
recording this. It is on YouTube and on Twitch. You can play this back preferably on YouTube, where I get the credited minutes. I record everything, Lamb Sauce. Almost everything. Although, maybe I spend some time at the trader doing boring shit, but nobody wants to watch. But I try to stay out of that as much as I can. But this is all on... It's all being recorded. I gotta get another PBR here. Here we go. Number 9. No, I'm only joking. I wouldn't be sitting on my chair if it was number 9. Well, you know, this beer is like, it's almost 5%, 4.9.
The crew is continuing their discussion portion of the flyby in the lunar targeting package, where it says far side albedo/color. They are looking, the science team is looking to get a good understanding of what the crew can see on the far side at this point, and its brightness as well as any colors. We did hear earlier Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen reporting that they could even see browns and even greens on the moon.
Well, we're looking at it right now.
And in just a couple of minutes, the teams will swap from the cabin to the window. Another rundown of just how this flyby is choreographed inside the spacecraft today. So these activities have been timelined, and there are these 5 blocks of time during which the crew is going to be...
Lamb Sauce, haven't you got it on YouTube, or are you watching on Twitch?
We're just coming up on the end of the 2nd block, and we'll start the 3rd soon. So at any time during those blocks, 2 members are at the windows working in a pair. One is taking photos from window 2 and has a blue shroud over the window to help prevent any reflections from inside the spacecraft.
Right.
They are also using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. And the other astronaut on the window team will be in window 3 using their portable device to make
both up.
annotations.
Good for you.
Now, again, both of those crew members are making audio
Lamb
recordings
Sauce.
of what they are seeing.
I'm going to start calling you Mint
Sauce
Sauce.
right now. Those are going to be downlinked later to the science team, who will evaluate them and use that data to inform our understanding of the moon. Those 2 crew members at the windows swap roles.
Integrity Houston.
Yeah, go ahead.
Time for another swap between the cabin and the window team.
Roger that.
So we have 15 minutes of handover time, and then we will expect Jeremy and Reed at the windows, and Christina and Victor at the cabin. I have no new vehicle updates for you, but I do have a photo location for some photos on Ike's PCD.
Great.
And I want to let you know that Jeremy's family have arrived in the viewing gallery.
Okay, Jenny, we copied most of that. The only thing we're missing is what you meant about the photo location on Victor's PCD. And hello to my family. I think that must be Catherine and Devin that are there. And I'm glad they made it into the viewing area.
Yeah, hi, Victor and Devin.
And we copy. It's time for crew swap. The
Oh,
team's
God.
coming out of the windows and the
Underdog.
going in.
And Chatterfolk.
Okay, copy. All I meant to pass for Victor's PCD is that there are some late load photos that were requested that are now in his favorite photos folder. And you're exactly right. We have Catherine and Devin here. They give you a big wave, and they're super excited and happy to see part of what you're seeing.
Yeah, you have to wave. Wave, everybody.
Okay, copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD, but we're going to poke around and we may be calling you back about that one.
All right, that's no problem, and it's unrelated to flyby.
How you doing, honey?
I'm just busy. I'm in the kids' closets. I'm trying to find this. I don't know where on YouTube I'm looking.
You just search, just bring up my name. You must, if you're following me, go to your subscriptions and you'll see it.
I don't have you. I don't have you on YouTube. It was always Twitch that I had.
Okay. So you go in YouTube, in the search bar. I sent you the name. Just search that name.
Here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And as you just
And it'll-
heard, Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and Artemis 2 crew
Okay. All right. Well,
relaying to the teams in
Okay,
Orion
don't worry
that
about
it is time for a swap from the cabin to the window teams.
yeah.
Okay.
And then
We're now at the tail end of
it'll
the
pop up
second
and it'll be
flight
show a little
projection
red.
block. Again, we have
You see
5
it?
of these today.
Okay, good.
I saw this. Yeah.
Most recently,
Okay, just
Mr. Glover
let it
and
run,
I
let
were
Lennox see it.
at the windows, photographing and making annotations.
Okay, good.
While Reed Wiseman
All right,
and Jeremy
okay, he's
Benson
playing
were
baseball,
in
okay,
the cabin
right.
providing support, whether that is SD card help, but also
I had to
science
do that,
folks
guys,
calling
because
down any
my grandson
situational
likes this
reports
kind of
for what
stuff.
they are
But
seeing
right
on the
now,
moon, or anything
he's
about the vehicle status.
doing something in
With that call
baseball.
to make a swap, Reed and Jeremy will be back at the windows, making observations for
No,
what
this
they
is not
see at the
DayZ.
moon and taking photos.
What server do I play? I play a variety of servers. Right now I'm on Lone. It's called Lone, LONE space 2025 with a lot of AI. I don't know about anyone watching it on YouTube. Well, I've got some people on YouTube here watching this now. If you bring up my YouTube, you'll see a few people, my friends, watching it. This is live, Underdog. This is live from NASA. Not NASA, Bahamas. North American Space Agency. Underdogs in the house. From Germany. No, you're from Holland, aren't you, Lamb Sauce? Or Underdog? My wife's from Holland. Now, this crater I've been tracking was way over here at one time, but the moon is rotating, going from left to right. So soon this is going to be gone. You aren't going to see it, but you're going to see more of this crater field starting here. This side of it doesn't have as many craters as you can see. But this side, now we're getting into the pock marks. It sort of looks like my face.
Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA.
Live coverage. There you go. The
Really
Netherlands.
the
Yeah. Of course she's nice. I wouldn't have married her. Jesus, Underdog. She's from Hilversum. Been there many times.
We'll have 2 identical crescents
You're in Annapolis, Maryland, Naval Academy. Are you in the academy or just?
That is
Yeah, Hilversum.
cool. Thank you.
I've been to Hilversum many times. Well, we'll go through in Hilversum too for dinner. We went to a nice restaurant in the bush one time. I forget the name. It was like what do you call it? A pancake
That is
house.
the Artemis 2 crew, the first astronauts to fly by the moon in more than 50 years, reporting that when they look out of
Oh,
window
you live
B,
here. Okay.
one window, they're able to see both
You're
the
not in the
Earth and
academy,
moon
but you
at
live
the same
there.
time now. Now, obviously, our view
In
is from the
Tilburg.
camera on
Oh.
the solar array wing pointed at the moon.
Jesus.
We hope to see that view of both the Earth and the moon soon.
So we're getting more craters here. And this thing is disappearing. This is the one I've been tracking for the last hour.
For what you can expect.
It was up over
In an
here.
hour and 40 minutes, we will have Earth set. And during that time, we will have a view of Earth going behind the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Shortly after, just a few minutes later, we will lose signal with the Orion spacecraft. This
Great.
is tracked as it is going behind the moon and out of reach of the Deep Space Network. At 6 o'clock p.m., the spacecraft will make its closest approach to the moon at a distance of
6 o'clock.
4,066 miles. At 6:02 Central, the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from Earth at about 252,755 miles. Of course, these are approximate, and we will make sure to provide you with the final distances once those are confirmed. At 6:21 p.m., we will have Earthrise from the Orion spacecraft, but we will not have communications with the spacecraft until 6:25 p.m. Central, when we expect to acquire signal with them after they've emerged from behind the moon.
Went to a fancy restaurant Saturday, Red. They had dill bread on offer. Well, was it sourdough bread? So it was dill sourdough bread? Yeah. So did it taste like a pickle or what? Ask Waves if the dough was yeasty or not.
Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's lunar flyby for the Artemis 2 mission, first crew to fly beyond the moon in over 50 years.
50 years.
The astronauts inside the spacecraft are switching positions, 2 at the windows and 2 serving in support roles, before they start their third timelined flyby observation for today.
See the mouse move from there to there in about 10 minutes.
We've heard great calls from the crew so far describing what they're seeing.
This has changed the distance here. I'll put this back on this crater because that's the one I've been following. I didn't try it. Why didn't you try it? She blushed. Opted for house croutons that were cooked in duck fat. Oh my God! I would have stuck with the dildo.
This solar eclipse. To the astronauts, this will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon will be huge compared to the sun. Whereas if you're standing on Earth and looking at a solar eclipse, the moon and the sun appear to be about the same size in the sky.
No, but they're not. The distance makes it appear that way.
And then uncovered the sun, the astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse, so that's before and after totality. And during that time frame, they will have to wear eclipse glasses so they can safely view this phase. They also intend to capture images of the sun's corona during the eclipse. This is a rare glimpse at the innermost corona that will only be captured by the astronauts' cameras.
Oh, are we going to see that on film, ma'am?
During the eclipse, we also look forward to the crew members describing what they will see, which includes unique light features like the shape and size of the corona and potentially even lunar dust.
Ooh.
At the same time, Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury will be near the sun, so they may be able to identify what part of the sky they're looking at. This can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing, which is useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation.
Right.
That eclipse window will last about an hour, and it'll happen near the end of the day today, closer to 7:35 p.m. Central, 8:35 Eastern.
Okay, 8:35 Eastern. So put that on your calendar or keep watching because we're going to see that eclipse. You had elk scallopini. Oh my God. Did you put mint sauce on it or lamb sauce? I would have went for the mint sauce. I bet you had a great dinner. Elk sauce. Oh, wow. Look how close. Look at this module here. This thing here is getting closer. I don't know what it is. We're getting closer to the moon, folks. That's why this is looking, I don't know why this is looking closer, but the moon is a lot closer. We're at 2160p. Normally I'm, what am I at? 1080, right? So this works fairly well. It's a little bit fuzzy. I wonder if I should maybe if I bring it down to 720, what's it going to do? Did nothing. It's not as...
As you can see in this live view from Orion, the Earth is the spacecraft, and the views of the moon have changed since we started our broadcast.
Right.
The near side is now very far to the right side of your screen.
That's what she's talking about right here.
You see from Earth, that darkened portion are ancient lava flows.
The darkened portion, where?
The crater down towards the bottom of the moon is Oriental. And this is a crater that was previously never seen before by human eyes until this mission.
Was it this one or this one, ma'am? I think it's this one she's talking about.
Everything to the left of Oriental is considered the far side. And this is what we typically do not see from Earth.
Like this side over here. Oh, this side. Three frames a second. Yeah. Twitch can barely handle 1440. NASA is 230,000 K away, streaming in 2160.
Each solar array has a camera mounted.
It's not bad.
And
really,
the
I mean,
is limited due to we have a crew on board, and this is our first flight of crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. So having a crew means we have to have an environmental control and life support system. There's a lot of data around, a lot of data to bring down for the crew members to keep us up to date on everything happening aboard the spacecraft. So we have to share our bandwidth when it comes to imagery and data.
Yeah. Yeah, we are aliens. If they've got aliens in spacecraft that come to Earth and screw us around and make us wonder, can you imagine what kind of life there is out there? Anyway, I said I was going to have a pee break, and that's what I'm going to do.
Inside the Orion spacecraft, the astronauts have completed their cabin and window team swap.
Oh, here we go.
Moved into the next
look at this now.
by observation.
Remember this, guys?
Jeremy
Folks,
and
this
Henry
was
Wilson
over
are now
here.
back at the windows, taking photos and making annotations. About halfway through this block, they will switch positions.
I'm going to be
at
back
the
in a
windows
minute.
and will be prompted by the ground to do so.
This is the part where we find out there's aliens. Yeah, I think so. They're probably still in bed though, because it's dark over there on the other side. I'll be right back. I have to do my duty. There's no toilet paper in the bathroom.
Houston Integrity for SITREP. First of all, I'll just talk about the experience that I had during Victor and my observation time. It was an incredible experience. We definitely noted how much more you can see with the zoom lens. Even though we have a great visible eye image, there's just a lot of texture that just pops right out at you when you can zoom in. So almost just using it like a telescope, the camera lens. We really enjoyed our discussion time. That was a great innovation on the lunar targeting plan. We were both able to describe a lot more kind of with flow, I would say, when we were talking to each other. And it was also, we sort of were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. We had, I think, a very successful talking through of some contacts between different color areas, both in the mare and in the highlands, and we identified some really unique texture areas as well. At one point, towards the end of the images of my time in window 3, I just had an overwhelming sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is its own body in the universe. It's not just a poster in the sky that goes by. It is a real place. And when we have that perspective and we compare it to our home of the Earth, it just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we need, the Earth provides, and that in and of itself is somewhat of a miracle, and one that you can't truly know until you've had the perspective of the other. I'll switch into some logistics stuff. The Peltors, both their batteries stopped providing the active listening, but we have verified they are still recording, and so we are able to have discussion time and hear outside our recordings by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. Other than that, everything's working well technically, and we've been able to find all our targets, and we're having a really great time.
Thanks, Christina. We copy those logistics for the Peltors, and also thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description.
Roger. I'm back. Oh, lamb sauce is going for dinner. I've just been informed by my wife I have to think about dinner too, but I'm not going to. I have to cut some. We had a ham for
NASA
Easter.
astronaut Christina Cook, a mission specialist for Artemis 2, calling down a science SITREP, a situation report. Good news, reporting that she and her teammates have been able to capture all targets that were listed.
Good job. Good job.
Christina also gave a vibrant description of just how it feels to be there and to see the moon up close and not just something passing in our night sky. Currently, the team members at the window are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Meanwhile,
Integrity cabin team for window shroud.
Well, that mouse is the cursor
Go ahead, Jenny.
here.
Hey, Victor, we have a temperature constraint on the windows, and the shroud might be getting us close. So we just want to check on the state of window 4's shroud, whether you believe it's still necessary because maybe things have changed with our viewing. And if so, we would like to request to have the shroud removed.
Yeah. Put a camera in there.
Houston, we believe it is necessary. We pulled it off just as a corner. It is very bright. It definitely would affect our night vision and maybe comfort. But is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by?
Just a minute, I have to talk to a supervisor.
Unfortunately, since it's been on for a while, we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we can recommend something that could block the light but just create a bit of distance between the window and whatever is covering it. Something like a t-shirt would do the trick and help.
Well,
Okay, we're removing.
I don't want to take my t-shirt off.
Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We will also offer that airflow on the window would be helpful. So if you want, you can also retrieve the condensation hose.
Yeah, open the window.
Fit onto one of the diffusers, and that on the window.
If I was there, I'd open the window. Jesus, why not? You need fresh air up there.
We can easily point a diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that, and it's pointing at the window now.
Folks, I don't know if you've noticed this now. Look how much more pronounced the craters are on the moon here.
We'll take that.
Oh, see that? He opened the window. Look at what it's doing to the view of the moon. Tell him to put the shroud back on, for Christ's sake. We can't see anything. Please keep us updated. Look what they did. They ruined it because they cannot have darkness too long. They have to have exposure to light. There we go. But you see how much brighter this is now? Over here, chat, and the viewers. But look at these craters now. It's been hammered.
That call from Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis 2 crew backup to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know that they will need to remove the window shroud. I
told you so.
Window 4. They initially placed that shroud there to block out some of the light from the Earth. It was extremely bright coming in the cabin and interfering with some of their viewing opportunities out at the moon.
Yeah, but now we can't see the moon. Jesus.
This was a request from ground teams to ensure that they are protecting other systems.
Right.
And the crew has been offered
I
the
understand
opportunity
that.
to use something else to cover the window. Meanwhile, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen continue with their lunar flyby observations. They have just looked at Glushko Crater. That's about when we heard that call down from Christina.
That's this one down here, I think. No?
She had been seeing during her her observation period and what she was seeing at that time. The science team asked this crew to take centered images of the entire crater and
okay, yeah.
System.
You see, there it is. That's it.
They're also interested in knowing the brightness, texture, and extent of Glushko's rays and how they differ in the mare, or that sea area, versus the highlands.
Oh.
Glushko is considered a young lunar crater, and these observations can help understand material properties of those craters.
This is a massive area.
with connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for safety reasons that we would never send someone alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan. Reed just passed me a note that the Oriental Basin annular ring has a similar albedo to the center, but a different color. It has more brownish tones in it, and he said it's very distinct now that he's been staring at it.
Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there, and we all just went on that moonwalk with you, so highlighting how...
Wow, he zoomed in.
Things.
It was like a moonwalk, eh?
That we have Deanna Glover with us in the viewing gallery. She's all smiles.
Stop that ad.
Well, you just got a bunch of cheers up here. Hey, babe. I love you from the moon.
Yeah.
We love that we got a hey babe too. And
I'm over the moon.
Lovely daughters here, watching you guys work.
Thank you guys for doing that and for supporting them through this. And to all of you, Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, I love you. And Deanna, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there.
Oh my God, he doesn't love me though. I love you, Diana. Jesus. There are a lot of craters. I mean, Underdog, when we start looking at this crater here in the bottom right corner was up here. So the craters were just starting to appear. So now we're getting more and more craters. Look at it. And apparently this is the part we don't see.
Description of how it must feel if you were down on the lunar surface while he was looking through that 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. He also expressed how important it was to be able to talk through that real time with Christina Cook and stress the importance of that on future missions, that it not only made their discussions better, but also more human. Glover and Cook are in the support roles right now, not taking photos or making annotations at the windows, but they are also encouraged to have their midday meal at this time.
Oh. They're going to have lamb sauce.
Those two crew members have options of beef ravioli, salmon, butternut squash, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, cherry blueberry cobbler,
holy shit,
casserole, tomatoes and artichokes, broccoli, and chocolate peanut butter bar.
Chocolate peanut butter. Well, that's like Nutella, isn't it, Underdog?
Once Glover and Cook return to the window portion of their flyby today, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will get into their midday meal. Again, this is the third of 5 scheduled blocks for our lunar viewing today, and if you were watching at the start of the broadcast, you can
unfortunately we're not getting to see this part.
Distance from the moon.
Only this part here.
5,518 miles away from the lunar surface, and again, expecting the crew to get about 4,066 miles away.
Yeah, they're getting close.
They are currently 252,050 miles away from Earth, and every mile is a new record, having surpassed the Apollo 13 milestone for furthest distance earlier today.
I like to watch the moon too, Underdog. I have a pair of binoculars. That's all I have. And I love watching them. You can see some of this through a fairly good pair of binoculars from Earth. I'm glad to be able to share it with you guys. I got to step away a
If you
minute.
look down to the bottom right of the moon in that darker looking area, that
Right.
is Oriental Basin.
Yeah, that's it there.
We have continued to lose views of the near side. It is just barely visible over towards the bottom right side of your screen. And then you'll also hear later about that terminator. That's the line between light and darkness while on the moon. It is really exposing some of those craters at this time.
Yeah, this is the part I was just talking about. Right here. This part here, we've never seen this concentration of craters.
Kurtzbund Basin and Vavliov crater.
Okay, I got to do something here. I'll be right back, chat. Hang on.
Kurtzbund Basin is near
Enjoy the views.
The center of the moon, closer to that terminator line right now. And Vavilov crater is just on the outskirts of it, closer again to the terminator. Towards the bottom of the moon and to the left of the terminator line, or currently shadowed in darkness, is Apollo Basin.
Science from integrity. Let me find out how far we are from the moon right now. But our view is about a third of the moon is in eclipse. That beautiful terminator is out there calling to me. We're 4,691 miles from the moon. And what looked like in the terminator about a third of the way up from the southernmost part of the terminator looked like a dinosaur print if one was running to the northwest. Now is clearly a crater with a bunch of craters around it. And that terminator, I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 in window 1. But that terminator has moved. I guess I've been using Vavilov the whole time, so it's gone 2 more Vavilov craters to the west. And so a few more features are starting to peek out into the sunlight there with that low sun angle. And so you still have ridges and valleys showing up very clearly, a very jagged terminator, and a few islands of light out there with some high elevation shining in the sunlight in that darkness. And on the eastern side of the moon, Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest east features, and that is maybe 5 degrees from being right on the limb and going off over the horizon. It is interesting, just looking at Oriental, that my first impression of it is all of the dark areas appear lighter, which I think makes sense because it is now facing, well, it's still relatively the same to the sun, but my angle to it is different. So I'm looking at it from a little more, even further to the side as we pass it. But all the darker features appear to be just a little bit lighter from this vantage point. The darker ring structure in the outer and inner ring and the interior, as well as the annular ring portion, everything seems to be just a smidge lighter at this point.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Any additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful, as that is such a high priority target for us. And while I have you, as we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target, if you can find Zeeman Crater again that you were looking at earlier, everything to your left of Zeeman would be getting into the South Pole Aiken area to help you orient yourself.
Zeeman is a great great waypoint out there. I definitely see it. Yeah, Zeman is very easy to find, and that is awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Feel free to do that as often as you think of things. Let's see, looking back at Oriental. Okay, another thing, after looking through the zoom camera, man, you guys are smart. You probably did this on purpose, but after looking with my plain eyes and then going to the 400 millimeter zoom, now looking at it, I see the cliff face as if you were standing in the center. That inner and outer ring have definitely some real terrain to them, and now I can see that as terrain. Now that I look at it even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of elevation and that, like I said, a cliff face.
Are we there yet?
Edge, where all the darker deposits are.
There are a lot of craters.
The scale now, looking at it from far away before.
Now you want to get a telescope, eh, Underdog? Probably find one on Amazon.
I can definitely see that there is, different depositional characteristics, and so the darker is some other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because of the cliff face that is a part of that crater wall.
Great description, Victor. Thanks, and really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. Before I let you go back to other observations, you mentioned that Reed saw a browner hue to the annular ring than the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the docking hatch window. There's like a thermocouple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange Kapton tape color, and so it is unfortunately it's like trying to look at stars, next to a metropolis. I think it's drowning out any color that I could pick up from the moon.
Yeah, we'll put the cover back on the window so we can see.
I looked at it through one of the from one of the windows 1 through 4. I think when I get away from this Kapton tape strip that I would be able to see the variation that Reed's talking about.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
Science integrity with a question from the window team.
Integrity, this is Science here with you.
Yes, they have a question to help inform a theory that they're sort of tossing back and forth. What is older, the Mare seas of the near side or Oriental?
Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here.
Okay, let's go. That little spot's almost gone over here, chat. That was way up here, 2 hours ago. It was an hour and 54 minutes ago we started. We had a rough start getting this stream going, but I think that's because we had an ad come up. They're not talking. They're off mic. There we go. If you folks put this in full screen, you get a much better appreciation for the view that's coming in.
Integrity Science back with you for some lunar volcanism when you're ready.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Go ahead.
We're waiting.
You're making our day down here getting to talk about lunar volcanoes. Oriental, as far as mare go, is younger than almost all of the mare on the near side. The exception are features like Aristarchus, which really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. That is younger, but other than that, Oriental is pretty young as far as mare go.
How do you tell the difference?
And Kelsey, thanks for that. We love lunar volcanism too. How about when the actual crater was formed?
2 billion years ago.
Yeah, we're going to get you an age for Oriental, and while we're getting that, Christina, can you, maybe you've heard the window team talk about the sort of contacts around Oriental, but because that material is so much younger, if anything pops out to you about physical relationship between that and surrounding terrain, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. They are discussing a contact relationship that could explain some of the color that they're seeing in certain areas. And so it was really about the ejecta of the creation of the basin and understanding the superposition of its ejecta and mare on the near side or other features. So thank you. We'll take the insight when you have it.
Yeah. We'll talk about this area.
Integrity, and I know Jenny wants to get to you with some topics, so I'll leave you with Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
3.8 billion. I told you a couple billion. Should just ask Red. Wow.
Copy that. So that's on the older side. The actual basin is very old.
No
Correct.
kidding.
As is the case with a lot of mare, typically the big basin formed, and then the volcanic eruption was able to punch through the crust where it was weakened by that basin formation.
Perfect. Tracking. Thank you.
So the moon has a molten mass in the middle. Is that what they're saying?
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down some questions to the science team on console. The voice you're hearing with those answers is Dr. Kelsey Young. She is joined by Trevor Graff on console today. Christina asking about the age of Oriental, and specifically the mare regions. Those are those dark regions that you see. They are paved or filled by volcanic deposits.
Down here. Underdog, why aren't you watching in YouTube? I'm streaming Twitch and YouTube. We're getting really close. I think we're going to be 4,400 miles soon in about 25 minutes. 4,400 miles. That's like from here to
Integrity, it's about time for a position swap at the window. So we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions.
Yeah.
I'll remind you again about your SD cards.
And block the
And
light.
Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
They are swapping, and I'm ready.
All right, Tina, we found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window.
Hooray!
And it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at.
Yeah, everybody's clap.
In order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on a friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point that little condensation hose such that the air is flowing over the window pane. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location.
Perfect. Oh, look at this. Now it's going to be dark in the cabin, guys, because they're blocking out the light so we can see the moon. And then you're going to see a different color of the moon.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
She didn't know that?
The crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud they were using to block some of the earth shine.
Copy.
This view coming from inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew members are swapping windows, specifically Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings that'll be downlinked later to the science team for review.
I got all the recordings.
Tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby.
Andrew, did you go for dinner yet? I'm going to have a ham sandwich. I cooked a big ham for Easter yesterday for my family that came over. Let's get on with it. Oh, she had to go to the locker and get the diffuse or the hose for the condensation.
Again, we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today. During this flyby, Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a full view of the lunar surface.
Nice.
It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average. So
here we go.
From this view, astronauts can observe both
she didn't
North
put the
and South
diffuser
Pole and large-scale geologic features in one single view.
It's not supposed to be this bright. Going to put the cover on the window.
We are now just under an hour until Orion passes behind the moon, and we lose communication with the crew. They will be out of reach with any of our deep space network antennas.
Wow.
That loss of signal will last about 40 minutes, and we expect to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon.
Okay.
While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface.
Okay. But my question is, are we going to see anything? Because it's going to be very dark.
The view you have right now is a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar arrays. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures of it, telling us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years.
50 years.
They'll be sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially the science team, who are very excited for what they are learning today.
There they are. It's dark enough. What about the image of the moon? The moon was supposed to be...
It appears the Artemis 2 spacecraft Orion is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles.
Oh. We're getting close, chat. You're going to see something
That is, an estimate
nobody
at
has
this point,
seen
and
in
we'll make
50
sure to
years.
share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
One giant step for man,
Houston
and
Integrity,
one
did you
big leap
just want
for
us to cool the window
mankind.
with the condensation hose, or did you want us to put the shroud back on and cool the window at the same time?
Well, he wasn't listening.
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Houston copies.
See, there's that hose she's going to connect. There. The shroud's on now. It's almost dark.
Thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a big difference for the imagery. And for science, we are now seeing a half moon.
It's about 50%.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear it, and we
That
see
crater-
moon, full moon joy still.
That crater we were watching followed it all the way to here in 2 hours and 7 minutes, because this all was oriented up here. Oh, somebody's... Holy shit! Toprex rating...
rated your channel with 441 viewers.
Tope! Look at the moon, man! Look at the moon! This is live from the Artemis spacecraft. Holy Jesus.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, you
Follow
motherfuckers.
your
That's
channel.
about what it looks like here from this view from the space.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello.
Red ZZ followed your
It
channel.
has become a little bit of a catchphrase for this mission.
It's a little different, Tope, and I guess maybe...
Hello, motherfucker.
I hope you're okay with this. This
Rage
is very
and Scream
interesting.
followed your channel.
Oh, thanks for the follow over there. Perfect. And Underdog's back from dinner. He had dinner already.
Hello, motherfucker.
Jegos Flory
Hey.
DAA followed your channel.
Hello,
Jeez,
motherfucker.
Greg Reese.
Ghost Brew 76 followed your channel.
Ghost Brew. Well, we've got other stuff happening on this channel, chat. I mean, today I just saw it. This afternoon.
Rep 0M0
Oh my God, look at all these people coming in.
Channel.
What Tali 93
We are
followed the
keeping up with
channel.
which targets the crew is tracking through their lunar.
I'm
flight.
glad that NASA can't hear all this going on.
Science, integrity, another observation.
What's up? Well, we're on the moon. We're going to the moon.
Discussed a bit is in Hertzsprung.
We're going around the moon on the Artemis, but we're going to get a blackout here in about 40 minutes. We've been following this for 2 hours and 9 minutes.
R2 Miko followed your channel.
R2 followed again. R2 followed the channel.
More jagged and starts to get into more loose looking terrain.
Strucky R2 followed the channel.
Hello, motherfucker.
Green Cleave followed your channel.
And so did Green Cleave. Toprex rating me.
And just a general comment on that area.
Jesus.
The whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3. And the average albedo.
I'm on a DayZ channel with AI. You love Space A, Green Cleave, so do I. And that's why I'm doing this today. I am doing this for you guys. Yes. And this is my buddy back here.
texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh my God!
Last
Hello,
Highlander
hello.
TV followed your channel.
Highlander, welcome in, my friend. This is chatting. We're chatting today or this afternoon, but we're going to play later. We're going to go on a crazy DayZ adventure. It's called Lone 2025. It's only with AI, and they're everywhere, and they will kidnap you. All kinds of crap. They show up out of the blue. You got to be ready for it. But that's later. I just had to do some of this to get started today.
Albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo variation. There's lighter patches and slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just patchy.
Hello, motherfucker.
Another
Tristan
one.
Fitz 55 followed your channel.
Thanks for the follow, Tristan. Appreciate it. I'm going to be on the moon in about 5 minutes.
Not swirly, just patchy. Really helpful for us.
Yeah, we got about 30 minutes and then we're going to have a blackout. Or no, 40 minutes. This moon is tilted. I've been following this reference point, but actually there's another reference point, a crater over here, and it's gone out of sight. So the moon is rotating this way. But look at the craters. They're saying that this side of the moon you don't see very often. It's this side over here, and now we will see a bigger part of this moon, this field here, as it moves across. It's just amazing. This stuff really is amazing to me.
If you stepped in some of those, it's just so visually captivating that the Terminator is the most striking thing that I've seen so far.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Victor. Appreciate you sharing that. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm having fun.
Integrity science.
Yeah, they say the moon is protector because moon is blocking all asteroids coming towards Earth from moon's gravity. Yeah, the moon is 2 billion years old. They were just talking about it here a minute ago. You're kick-ass. Just wanted to say it out loud, even though I'm sure you know it already. Keep it up, kick-ass work, my friend. Highlander, very kind of you. I appreciate that. A raider from Toprek. Any raider from Toprek or a member of Toprek's community is always welcome here. You will find something very loose, I try to have a good time because I think everybody needs to laugh a little bit. And you see some of the shit I do, you will know what I'm talking about. Because I get on here and I let it loose.
Wonderful, thank you, Victor.
Oh, you had a... Nazi sent you over. Well, perfect.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello.
Mint_block followed your channel.
Mint block followed? Oh my God. And by all you guys on here today, you need to know, I'm streaming on YouTube Live right now as well. I'm dual streaming with Restream. It's the best way to grow your community and show some love to everybody.
Hello, motherfucker.
Zero Dies 88 followed your channel.
Another motherfucker. Zero Diesel. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I hope you stick around. There's lots of fun in here for you to sit back and relax. I don't know what part of your life you're in. If you're beginning your journey, if you're into your journey, you're near the end of your journey. I'm near the end of my journey. Ask Toprak, he'll tell you. But we have a good time over here, and I'm glad you guys come in. You won't see quite any depth of variety. It's mostly DayZ, but today I decided, because this is historical today, Artemis is going to fly behind the moon. First time anybody's been on the Artemis to do that. First time that anybody's been up around the moon in 50 years from the American perspective, but I think the Chinese are getting closer or been there and done that, but nobody is crediting that. Not because they're Chinese, but I'm saying somebody else has already been up around there. Now, I may stand to be corrected, and that's fine.
Thanks for the description.
We're going to lose this crater here soon.
Yeah, you're welcome. And integrity is easily identifiable.
If you guys go full screen on this, well, you'll miss the chat. But full screen, I've got a monitor up, and I've got you guys on a monitor for the chat. But full screen on this here right now is amazing. They are broadcasting at 2160p. Amazing. And on my computer, it must look great. Well, it is looking great, I must say. But I think on any of you guys that have a computer that's got a high resolution, maybe like Tope has probably got a really good thing going on there. I don't know if he changed the monitor, but I know he changed the system. And he may not even be there, I don't know. But it's looking wonderful, I'll tell you.
Hearing some great situation reports from Victor Glover.
Let's listen for a minute.
Artemis 2 mission, calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is Hertzsprung.
Here you see some shades of green and brown.
If you look just to the right of the Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon. You can see what he's describing when he says Hertzsprung Basin and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's almost in the very center of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array.
Give me a second, chat. I got to step away for a minute. Hold on.
4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, and we are standing by for their lunar loss of signal in about 43 minutes. Again, the spacecraft will fly behind the moon, and during that time, we won't have communication with them. They will be out of reach of our deep space network. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon. The crew aboard the spacecraft are currently discussing the Terminator, that difference between day and night. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface, and it's already been very interesting to hear that they have seen colors like greens and browns while looking at the moon. Some of the questions that they are hoping the crew will discuss are: how do the quantities and sizes of craters and mountains vary along the Terminator? And they are looking for the crew to describe the topography of features along or near the Terminator. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations, and they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate their findings. Glover reported earlier that the crew has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. We aren't hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices, PCDs, and those will be sent down to the science team. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss their findings and experience when looking at the moon today.
Incredible images.
We have a few minutes left while the crew is discussing the Terminator. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of the moon, our moon, from the Orion spacecraft and a camera on its solar array. Inside that spacecraft, 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, the first 4 people to fly around the moon in over 50 years.
50 years. See the sun or the Earth's, the light from the Earth.
This is our lunar flyby day, and the crew has already surpassed one record today. The crew passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down that he hopes it's a record soon broken by other explorers.
Oh, wow.
We are live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, monitoring the flight of Artemis 2. All of the flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston.
Okay, R2, thank you for coming by. I appreciate it, dude.
To swap again. We have a 15-minute handover time.
When you have time, get over to my YouTube there. I do stream on both when I do DayZ as well.
Write something down on your knee boards. So let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. Oh, look how dark it is. They got the shrouds on because it's so bright outside. And so we can see the moon. They have to do that because...
Okay, Houston, we are ready.
Copy Integrity. First of all, once you start this next shift here, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar LOS, so you can expect a call from me a few minutes prior.
Thanks a lot, R2.
And second,
we're going to have another lunar look here.
Updated altitudes and METs for lunar closest approach and max Earth.
You can always
let me know.
You can always catch this on my YouTube. I'm recording both for YouTube and Twitch. It'll show on my YouTube under the live, not the videos.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. And the altitude will be 4,067 statute miles. Maximum Earth altitude will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 27 minutes, 39 seconds, with an altitude of 252,756 statute miles.
Oh my God. 252,000 miles from Earth. I don't know if I can handle that. Underdog is still around. I'm right here, chat. I'm right here.
The crew really wants to ask for that in kilometers and in parsecs, but thank you for those. That is great. Thanks for that update.
I'll send Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric. Other than that, I have no new vehicle statuses to pass to you. Enjoy your handover time, and we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly.
They're not quite behind the moon yet. I think we got some more time.
We'll talk to you shortly.
Those words called from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut,
So
and Artemis
this
crew
module
member to the crew
is moving
working on
around the
Orion
moon,
spacecraft.
and then this is going to be
A little bit
dark.
of a view
So look at the
inside cabin.
brown.
As you can see, it is very dark. The crew has turned off the lights, and the light that you were able to see is coming through the window, a reflection of Earthshine and from the moon.
Right.
The crew is moving into their next observation block, meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams. We've had Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen at the windows taking pictures and making annotations and recording some audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were in the background serving as support. They were also timelined to enjoy a little bit of their midday meal. Now that we are swapping positions, the support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the background helping with SD card swaps as well as providing those situational reports to the science team. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts at the window, photographing and speaking.
Okay, Under, thanks for coming by.
Portable computing devices about what.
Oh, you're gonna go. You're gonna go play. All right.
As you heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew, this block is also when we will lose communications with the crew. That LOS or loss of signal scheduled to be less than 35 minutes from now. We anticipate to be out of signal
LDZ, okay.
40 minutes, and we'll
You got to look at that Lone 2025 in the launcher. And I would try to log in with another partner because you may need some help. Jin Reaper, you know him. He logged in and he died twice in 15 minutes to a government AI. It's nuts. Minnow made it all the way from Cherno. No, he was in Cherno, or where was he? He logged in.
Flying behind the moon.
Yeah, he logged near Cherno. He made it up to Vishnoi, just below Starry.
Of what they are seeing.
But he killed 3 AI on the way up.
For the limb of the moon, Earth set, and then Vavilov crater, which we have previously seen. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a crew choice option. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface, take pictures, and explain why they find them that way. They'll also be looking for any impact flashes. These are short-lived flashes.
Grinding on there is tough on Lone, I'll tell you. Well, we know. We've been there and done that. In your favorites. Oh, man. Try and get somebody to log in with you, and the first thing you do is try and get to them. But the very first thing you do is join their Discord in their profile, I think, or under info. In profile, I believe. Join their Discord, read up on it first. It'll be the best thing you do to save you a lot of frustration.
But once the crew is all the way around the
Unless you just want to go in unprepared, but be prepared. I went in unprepared and I almost died. For some reason, I had a feeling. It just didn't feel right. There's no zombies on there. No zombies. It's just survival, and you got AI, and there's factions. So you can be kidnapped. I mean, you can be taken hostage, and it's just nuts.
Following that lofted lunar dust target, the next will be Earthrise. We will regain communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise.
Earthrise.
There will be a short observation break period where the moon is not in view. That's because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse today. The moon won't be in view because the team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft and ensure that its solar arrays are gathering light from the sun heading into that eclipse period.
Oh, I want to see the eclipse.
With the crew, we just won't be able to see the moon.
That will be cool. So we'll be behind the moon.
Have views during that eclipse time frame. During that time, the science team is looking to know It will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point, so they want to know what the whole moon looks like overall, but they also want the crew to look into deep space and potentially see if they can spot any planets.
And stars. That's an interesting piece of information coming up. Green, server is LDZ. Oh, yeah, for Greencleaf, yeah, it's LDZ. Lone, DayZ, Cherno. That's what it is, Green.
And even once flyby is over today, we
Underdog, you could probably
on NASA's YouTube.
post something there if you want. Yeah, I suggest you read up on the tip unless you want to go cold. You log in with a CR rifle, and you have 16 rounds. You got a knife. You have I think you have a lighter or something, and one chocolate bar. That's all you got to eat. I suggest you collect rags so you can start fishing. But you got to be careful where you fish, because it seems every time you start a task, make a fire or hunt, you're going to get AI on your butt.
They are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
Watch Minotauro's stream from yesterday. It's in his DayZ, Minotauro. They're working away there. Look at this. I think that thing's no bigger than a dumpster. Can you imagine 4 people trying to work all this stuff in a dumpster? Maybe even smaller.
This view inside the Orion spacecraft.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen just calling down some well wishes to his family, joining us in the viewing room and watching online. Currently in the window are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. They are taking pictures outside of the window as they are now in their flyby observation block.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are serving as support crew members, and they are also going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time.
Yeah, Greencleaf, the AI are
On the lunch
pretty accurate. They can see you for a long way off.
We have vegetarian chili, salmon croquettes, chicken with peanut sauce.
Oh, listen to this menu.
Kale, pickled beets, chocolate pudding, barbecued beef brisket, spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, butternut squash,
Jesus,
candy-coated chocolates, and maybe even a little bit of coffee.
Oh, I mean, how do they do that? I mean, it's all through tubes or something.
And if you look closely, you can see it looks like they are getting into some of their food for the midday meal. All of the food on the spacecraft is rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food as there's not a refrigerated section of the Orion spacecraft. So all of this food can either be rehydrated or eaten straight from the package. Just depends on what the food actually is. And for food that needs to be rehydrated, there is information on each package of how much water needs to fill that bag and what temperature it needs to be.
Okay, see you, man. Thanks for being there. Appreciate it, dude.
3 hours and 39
Appreciate
minutes. 40 minutes actually into the flight of Artemis 2, the spacecraft now under 4,500 miles from the moon.
Wow.
We are now also under 30 minutes away from loss of signal with the astronauts. We will regain that communication about 40 minutes later. They will still be photographing the moon and documenting what they're seeing while they're behind the moon. And we especially look forward to potential Earthset and Earthrise views.
I'm going to leave this up, even though they're going to be out of contact. I believe this stream is up all the time.
Solar array camera view
We'll see what happens.
And the science team also plans to capture an occasional still photo with the solar array intermittently, perhaps one every 8 to 10 minutes. Still photos represent the highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. So starting 5 minutes before Earthset and loss of signal, the science team will capture a series of photos, one every 30 seconds, to include Earthset, all the way through 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal.
That's a lot of data.
In order to capture these frequent photos, the solar array camera that we were streaming will need to switch to time-lapse photo mode. So during this time, the streaming video quality won't be as sharp as you have it right now, but we want to ensure that the science team captures the data that they need during these time frames. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. But with the view you are seeing right now, we are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft with every system that is keeping the spacecraft powered and the crew alive, especially the environmental control and life support system. As this is the first flight with crew, this is also the first flight of a life support system, keeping the crew healthy and safe on the way to the moon and the way home.
Well, that's a good idea.
On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team swap period, but it looks like our astronauts, Victor Glover and Christina Cook, are already photographing the moon outside of those windows. The next target is Ohm Crater, and this is something that they have photographed previously during the flyby. This is a small, complex crater with a prominent ray system, and as referenced earlier, it's the size of the Eye of the Sahara.
Ooh.
That Eye of the Sahara is a feature in Mauritania. Seeing this crater more than once throughout the flyby allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions. Those different lighting conditions help expose different portions of the target and can help the science team learn a little bit more about how it formed and what it is today.
Eating out of a bag.
Again, this view inside the spacecraft as the crew continues photographing the moon outside their windows. They have turned the lights off to allow them to better get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in from the spacecraft.
Very risky businesses. 107,000 viewers on NASA's channel.
We expect the crew to be targeting Ohm Crater for another 6 minutes or so before they move into a discussion of the limb. Now, the science team has asked for a science sit rep or situation report during that time, so we hope to hear calls from the crew on what they are observing. If you've been following along, at the start of the day, we did have much more of the moon visible. And even just an hour or so ago, we could see about half of the moon. We are now continuing to see more
We're past
of the far
half.
side and that darkness where the moon is not reflecting light from the sun.
The line was here when we started. It's gone that far.
Earlier, we were also able to see some of those darker portions, that old lava flow that we often see on the near side of the moon and that we can all see from Earth. That has mostly gone away. We're now just seeing very little of
this is one of them right here.
Down to the bottom right of the moon, you can see just a small dark portion near the limb.
Right here. One here. Another one here, but you can't see it anymore. And that's right above that. But that's the side we always see. This side we don't see, and it's got a lot of craters. This is massive here. Look at this.
We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion crew.
Yeah, now what are you going to do?
Again, we use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth. This is the first mission since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network.
Well, I guess they didn't get to test it, so let's see if it works. Wow. Amazing. Always amaze me. But it's my pleasure to share this with you guys.
I recently heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew. We expect their closest approach to the moon to be at MET, or mission elapsed time, of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. At that time, their altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface. Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach their maximum distance from Earth at mission elapsed time 5 minutes, 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. The altitude at that time would be 252,756 statute miles.
Wow.
These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved. Obviously, we will be without communication to the spacecraft at that time, so once we regain communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you.
Hey, Clunk forever. How you doing today? Thanks for popping by, man. Appreciate it. I tried to change the title once. I changed it on Restream when I logged in, but something happened that didn't take effect, but I'll correct it after. But this is sort of a little different for me. I mean, I just felt that, doing this might be a good thing. To share this with the people that are around that you're much better now. Sounds good. But this moon has moved. This line used to be back here, like right about here, I guess. And now it's here. So the spacecraft is going around and will be in total darkness, and then it repeats itself, comes out. I don't know what the time-wise is going to be, but they're going to lose communications in about 35 minutes. They will have contact through deep space technology. We'll see.
Checking in on the lunar targeting package, the crew is now in their discussion of the limb, seeing the limb of the moon, that illuminated part. Currently at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover and Christina Cook.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Loss of signal in about 13 minutes.
13 minutes.
That signal with the crew about 40 minutes later.
40 minutes to get back on. But I'm going to leave this up for you guys that are interested. Hang tough here. You can also watch this stream on YouTube, on my channel on YouTube.
A milestone worth mentioning that this day marks the first time in more than 50 years that humans will
Lamb sauce is back.
Directly.
Has the picture moved? It's moved quite a bit. Look here, this is the big black spot. The other one that I've been tracking is over there. We're going to have a blackout here. We're going to lose communications in a few, like 10 minutes, 13 minutes, I think it is. Just currently at the windows.
The lunar targeting package throughout this
let's listen up.
The primary tool guiding the crew observations, and that consists of two key components. The first of those is the Lunar Geography Review, which helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helped them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. The Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science content,
see the brown and green hue of the moon, eh?
Crew should take, and verbal descriptions.
The moon is not white as you see. You don't see the color from Earth. And this is what you see when you look here. Now they've got
their next milestones.
A shroud off a window that's given the reflection of the sun. But when that last frame there, a few frames back, this was all brown and green, which is the real color of the moon. We'll see some more. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to see something here. I'll be back. Hang on, guys.
Integrity Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
Okay, Jenny, that came, we missed most of that, but just a 10-minute warning, is that what you're saying?
10 10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
All right, cabin is still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 2, Ike in Victor in window 3. Reed's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. We can see the Earth and the Moon and part of the Moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. And I'm just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
Okay. Reed was using the Z9, and the T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it. So maybe that's what you're noticing. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, it will take sit reps in the blind. And as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
All right, Jenny, you have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it.
Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Okay, impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. We got it.
Look how green it is.
Yeah, just so you understand what's going on
And
with
brown.
window 1, there is light coming through the outer hall from window 2 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. Like I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the 2 panes of glass.
Copy.
You're getting your first live look at Orion, the Moon, and the Earth. Everyone
There's the
in
Earth.
this picture.
The Earth's over here, guys. The moon, look at the color of it. We usually see it from the other side of the moon. But this is the dark side.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Currently aboard Orion, 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity. You can see the moon is starting to get a little bit dimmer as the astronauts are going to pass behind it. Now
Yeah,
6 minutes
we're going this
and
way.
26 seconds away from that loss of signal. Again, we will be out of communication with them for about 5 minutes until they come around the other side of the moon and we can re-establish contact.
Yeah.
Integrity Houston, you
Look
are
at that moon,
6
man.
minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
And look at the colors of that moon. Amazing.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
We hear ya.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
On the other side. But look at the color of the moon, guys.
We will see you on the other side.
I don't remember seeing these colors when they walked on the moon. I don't remember seeing that. It was all gray and black and white. Boy, oh boy. It's a big deal, guys. It's a big deal.
Poignant words from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and a little bit of a love letter from the other side of the moon all the way to Earth. Glover touching on the teachings of Jesus, including to love your neighbor as yourself. We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts.
3 minutes.
The Artemis 2 crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface, and they will reemerge, and we will also get this view on the other side.
Yeah, 40 minutes. This is Earth over here. That's where we are, guys. Right there. $250,000 miles away. Incredible.
Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication with the astronauts aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. Now 5 days and 6 minutes since their launch on April 1st. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon and a crescent Earth.
That's amazing. Yeah, see the crescent here of the moon and the crescent of the Earth. Incredible. Technology today. Back to the control center. Oh.
"30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal."
Is that video as well or only audio? I think we lose everything. But They'll be talking about this. Really crazy, Conk. Really crazy. Is that the live? That's not live position. This is visualization. So when we saw, these are the panels. That's where they had the camera when we were watching it a few minutes ago.
Confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them.
Got an interview coming up here.
This is a live view inside the Science Evaluation Room here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. This team has been monitoring the flyby all day as the team has continued capturing targets on the lunar surface.
Incredible.
We even got to see this team in action as they were helping the astronauts identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon but not expecting. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. The first will be when the astronauts make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, when we expect they'll be 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds.
So 7:25 Eastern, they should be back in communication.
252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers. Throughout the Artemis II mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles, carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the 2 networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive.
Cloak's got a new
images, data,
avatar.
and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis 2 test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Yep, Mars is next. Rest in a little bit. These guys are, they've got their plate full. "40 minutes. So that's at, was about 6:45 Eastern, 36:20, 15, 20, 25.
We are now about 33 minutes until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion. And in the meantime, I've got Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey.
Thanks for having me. This is such an exciting day.
Oh, no kidding. It has
No
been
kidding.
so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. And I know that you have been preparing for this for years, so I am so excited for you and for your team. So just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
My background is as a field geologist. Actually, I studied impact cratering in the field for my PhD, so all these descriptions of impact craters have me just absolutely swooning. How I got into this, though, is, during my PhD, I got an internship at NASA and ultimately never left to integrate science into flight operations. So we developed the Science Officer Console, for which this is the first mission we're supporting. We developed the Science Evaluation Room that's right upstairs, and so it's so gratifying to see this operation structure come to fruition, especially on a day like today.
I would have to imagine so. And we've got a great view of the Science Evaluation Room right now. Is there anything that has stood out to your team so far?
Absolutely. So as you might have heard in some of the press briefings and content that, we've been putting out, color and albedo were really exciting targets for us. We've heard several amazing color descriptions so far. Just to highlight maybe one of them, we heard about greenish and brownish hues near Aristarchus, which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side. And those greenish hues could actually tell us something about the volcanic evolution of that area. So you can bet that the science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images and the crew audio that we didn't hear that went into those recordings to learn a little bit more.
Wow, that is fascinating. I was hearing those colors and very interested just from a personal standpoint, because looking at the moon from, 250,000 miles away, we don't see green or brown. So just hearing
you don't.
Them being so close and getting to see that, fascinating, and I know very exciting for you. So what are you expecting to see in the upcoming
I wonder if they have dinosaurs or
the upcoming portion is actually going to be really
lizards.
exciting. So right now, as we speak, while folks in the room are kind of taking their their stretch breaks and everything, the crew are still hard at work. They still have targets to image and describe during this LOS. But when we come out, the first thing, of course, we're going to hear about is Earthrise. We're really looking forward to hearing about the crew's experience with something that we can connect with, and that Apollo 8 brought us such amazing images from. But then we start to get into describing the Terminator, as well as looking for things like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment. Then the vehicle's going to orient away from the moon for an hour and then pivot back for the eclipse observations, which is a whole different set of science observations that we're really looking forward to.
It's kind of nice that the crew will get a little break in there, because they have been hitting it hard today with photos and videos and annotations. What are you hoping that the crew sees coming up? Is it that lunar dust?
Oh my goodness, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, we've already gotten such great descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like, that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we've really gotten some great descriptions. So absolutely, I'm looking to the human moment of Earthrise. Lofted Dust is an exciting one, and Lofted Dust will be a target for them in the right around the time of Earthrise, but again in the eclipse period. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. I mean,
The eclipse is going to be amazing.
Just in the course of their flyby so far, how the moon has changed, and this is going to be even more dramatic change to go from their end of this kind of lunar illuminated piece of the flyby into the eclipse time frame. And I can tell you they're going to be experiencing a very different moon during that time, and I can't wait to hear what their observations are.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating, and what an privilege that we get to do that on this mission, because that's not always the case. If we had launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd, we wouldn't have gotten to see that eclipse. Is that right?
That's correct. April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot in the weeks leading up to the launch, well, what's your favorite day? And my answer truly was there is no bad day to launch to the moon. We were going to get great science out of it no matter what, but it's a really neat opportunity to, bring the sun into the picture, bring different planetary bodies into the picture while still literally keeping the moon in center stage.
Fascinating. So what differences are we looking for at each site? We're hearing a lot of different terms. We're looking at craters. We're looking at mare. What are the differences that you're hoping to see?
We do have, as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. That's what they're looking at in their lunar targeting plan, which I know you've been showing. And we have even different prompts for the person with the really long lens on the camera versus the people with the unaided eye. And you've heard the crew talk about, oh my goodness, when I go from one to the other, I can really detect different nuances. And that's something that we experienced in simulations, but hearing them actually, see it for real has been really gratifying. But we're looking for different things based on the target. Sometimes we're looking for color. Sometimes we're looking for texture. For the Terminator, we're looking at kind of what texture and morphologies pop out to you and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator. You've heard, Victor especially make some comments about future impacts for exploration. So already I think that their descriptions in this first part of the flyby have told us something scientifically, but also about future surface missions.
Well, it was so interesting to hear Victor talking about he was imagining in his mind's eye being down on the surface and walking around.
You're not scared, Lamb Sauce? Oh, I'd be
And when we're thinking about
scared.
targets, I know some of them are determined based on the launch day because that determines the lunar illumination. So the ones that we're looking at today, how and why were these selected?
Such a wonderful question. This really gets at at the heart of some of our really highest priority science questions. Illumination conditions is a big one, right? So of course we need the targets that we're interested on the lunar feature to be illuminated by the sun in order to view them, but the timing in which they see them during the flyby enables us to ask different questions. So you heard in the pre-flyby crew conference talking about, well, the same pair, Reed and Jeremy, will get to actually look at Glushko crater twice, and that looking at it from different illumination angles allows us to understand that feature better and connect color and albedo with topography and morphology. Then you have other craters where you want to look at it with the sun shining on it obliquely versus straight on, and that tells you something different about the scientific objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place.
We've talked a little bit with the viewers today about what the crew is able to capture in this short time frame of those craters in different lighting conditions. Could take years for something robotic to be able to do based on attitude maneuvers and where the sun is at. So can you just talk a little bit about the importance of having both the robotic operation and having the crew?
Absolutely. We definitely don't want to minimize the impact of orbiting spacecraft. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is the one that's often referenced. Data from LRO and its payloads have really been instrumental in getting us, frankly, to this point for Artemis 2 and future missions. But the human experience, the crew observations that we've already been hearing about, it is such a perfect complement to the orbiting spacecraft data because they are able to have this unique perspective. They are far enough away where they can make these contextual observations. You've already heard it. How many times have we heard the crew and their science sit reps say, if I track this feature from all the way up here in the northern hemisphere down to the southern hemisphere, here are comparisons I can make. that right there is not something we had the ability to do with the Apollo missions. And it allows just literally in the blink of an eye to synthesize observations that it would take, a really significant effort to coordinate with different orbiting platforms. And they're making it like that.
Wow. It has been very, very exciting to hear all of their calls so far. And so I've heard they were able to capture every single target so far too. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. And I think it's important also to remember that, and I know the science team is anxiously awaiting this, we've been hearing from the crew members who are not at the forward windows, right? Those crew who are, really in the thick of the observations, they are recording minutes-long observations per target on their crew tablets. We will be getting those down starting here in a couple hours, and that's going to contain really meaty science information that we haven't heard live yet, and that's going to form the basis of my conversation with them tomorrow morning, where we're going to have a really deep dive into the science and absolutely nerd out about what they were able to do today. One of the most gratifying things for me today is hearing multiple crew members say, thank you for putting the discussion times in the targeting plan, because when we have had the ability to put multiple brains on a problem, we have elevated each other. And I'm looking forward to them, sleeping on it overnight and then us actually being able to really, truly have an elevated science discourse tomorrow.
Well, we're looking forward to it too, and I cannot wait to hear everything that you guys get to learn overnight from some of those audio recordings and just everything that they'll be able to share tomorrow. So, Kelsey, I know you are very busy. You've done a great job today, and thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Thanks for having me. It's such an exciting day.
We are now expecting acquisition of signal in about 24 minutes.
24
As a reminder,
minutes.
the Orion spacecraft has flown around the other side of the moon, where they are out of contact with our deep space network.
I guess they're... Yeah. You're not scared, eh, lamb sauce? I don't. I mean, are you serious? Recruiting, declaring I'm willing to go into a black hole. Well, there's a lot of preparedness to be done there. That is for sure. So we have no voice right now. I guess they're just waiting. I'd be scared if I were you.
And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of our destination to the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. And we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon. We're continuing to track.
Oh, so it looks like I earned a badge for the Artemis as well.
They are continuing to take pictures of the Earth, of the moon, the Earth now out of sight. What they're in right now is a crew choice event. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe
But it's not showing up.
They were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in.
I don't know how you activate it though. I had a
These
message,
would be caused by impact.
but it's not showing up. And don't have one. You have to go in your Twitch settings, I think.
The team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise. Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with integrity and the astronauts for Artemis 2.
Let's see if I get it. Probably come up sooner or later. Lamb Sauce didn't get his yet.
Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, but there's a team over 750 miles away also monitoring today's operations. And of course, just like us, they are in LOS, or loss of signal, with the spacecraft. This is LUCA, the Lunar Utilization Control Area. And it's
in Huntsville, Alabama.
Engineering support area, which are twin control rooms that will support missions and operations in lunar orbit or on the moon's surface in real time at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. The Luca and Lisa are right next to each other and just a short walk away from the SLS Engineering Support Center, which is used during launch, and the POIC, where science on the International Space Station is monitored. Luca primarily supports Artemis science operations, while Lisa will provide engineering support for landing astronauts on the moon. During this mission, Artemis 2, teams in the Luca will use the facility to support first-of-its-kind science operations to better understand the deep space effects of microgravity and radiation on the crew's physiology, immune systems, and ability to complete various tasks. The data from these science operations will inform future crewed flights to the moon.
Okay.
For future crewed missions to the moon, members of the NASA Human Landing System Mission Insights Support Team, a group of
How did you activate that, Clunk?
Operations experts and technical authorities will work in the LISA. There, they will monitor lander systems in real time and be involved in key decision making.
It's in your chat. In mobile, it's
teams are using
the three dots.
To observe
All right, let me look in my mobile.
Using the opportunity to inform and prepare for future crewed landings to the moon's surface.
Chat. Mobile. Okay, now, three dots. Appearance. Okay, I'm getting there. Appearance. Mod view.
We now expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion in about 17 minutes. In the meantime, a little overview of how our crew members flying by the lunar far side at an altitude of between 4,000 and 9,000 miles are testing the capabilities of the Orion capsule. Artemis 2 visualization lead Ernie Wright has simulated views of the flyby using detailed topographic maps of the lunar terrain and photorealistic lighting scenarios. The Artemis 2 crew members have been using these visualizations to prepare for this historic mission, which is paving the way for future exploration of the moon's surface and beyond.
So the most exciting thing,
three dots at the bottom,
just the return to the moon. We haven't been
but I don't see
years.
appearance.
Human eyes are going to see
I see chat modes, identity, preferences,
it also recommits us to exploring the solar system in a way that we haven't in a long time.
and I got auto mod on.
It's an opportunity for younger generations to understand the excitement of that kind of exploration. Artemis is our return to the moon after 50 years. The emphasis of Artemis is
Not
going
the
to be,
settings
first of all,
card.
science, but second of all, learning
Your
to
Twitch chat, the
sustain
box
presence on a
where you
moon,
type,
first on the
there's
moon,
an image
but
to the
we're
left.
hoping that that's a stepping stone to Mars and other destinations in the solar system eventually. Artemis 2 will be a flyby mission. It's not going to land. We're testing all of the technology that we've created for flying to the moon since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized, and we need to make sure that all of those work. The astronauts will be looking out the window at parts of the moon that
So
have
where
been
your
seen
other
with human eyes before. We'll be
emote
flying by
is.
the moon at an altitude that's much higher than Apollo's orbits, and so they will see the entire disk of the moon, including areas that are closer to both the North and South Pole that astronauts from Apollo never saw. All of that depends on the lighting, which we really won't know until launch day, but we can practice with different lighting scenarios. It's hard for people to sort of picture that in their mind. If you can make a visualization of it, show them a movie, that helps everybody choose the targets and also practice aiming at those targets. The astronauts have actually been looking at these visualizations through the lens of the camera and practicing aiming at the various targets. This is a map of the surface of the moon, obviously, but it shows what the Apollo astronauts could see in sunlight while they were in orbit. The brighter parts are the parts that they could see. The darker parts, like this entire area here, and places that are farther north and south, are places that they couldn't see in sunlight, either because it was nighttime there or because it was beyond the horizon of the astronauts. All of the Apollo flights orbited the moon at a distance of about 110 kilometers. Because the astronauts were flying at such a low altitude, their horizon was actually quite close, and they couldn't see the North and South poles. And this whole area over here was not in sunlight at the time. And it includes this amazing impact feature here called Oriental. Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about 650 kilometers wide. It's got multiple rings. These are rings that form.
You have to pick that over your global one, I think.
Scale. The middle of Oriental has that sort of dark basalt lava covering it, like the dark spots that we see on the near side. It's one of the biggest ones that's more on the far side than the near. So seeing it with human eyes and sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see in robotic cameras is an important goal.
I had it there, but it didn't change. Oh, there it is there now. Let me come back into chat. Hold on.
This live view in the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, just down the hall from where we're at in the Artemis Mission Control Room. Teams continuing to monitor the flyby.
There it is. It works. Yahoo!
The crew continues their observations of the moon.
Did you get it, Frankensaus?
With Earth, we expect to
you didn't click on it
in 12 minutes and 26 seconds. Again, this is approximately 40 minutes.
You're going to make an emote now.
Out of reach
okay.
of the Deep Space Network. Right now, they are imaging or attempting to image lofted lunar dust. Throughout our coverage, we've talked a lot about the science and engineering behind today's lunar flyby, but we also spoke to the crew about what the moon means to them and how they see its place in human history.
Shouldn't be long now. We have more communication chat.
I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night.
Yeah,
and,
and look at the moon. You can't see. You never thought for a minute that the moon had any color.
Probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. And it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see.
And that white-looking moon is a reflection of the sun.
Witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. There's no processes of wind or change in the earth, geologic processes like we have here that change it. And something that's been telling and can read out the story of its own evolution, there's something beautiful
In your
about
chat, you just click on the three dots.
My indigenous mentors, that they refer to the moon as grandmother moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use grandmother moon because grandmother moon is responsible for the water in their community. The grandmothers, sort of protect the water source, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each.
Oh, maybe you didn't earn it yet. Okay, that's cool. All right, I got to stretch here. I'm going to stand up for a minute. I'm going to walk down the hall.
And so it seems very familiar to us, but it's also kind of unknown. When we get up close,
Communication is coming back.
To describe and to share with people will be very unique. And that nature, both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know, just is really special.
It's just the epitome of a symbol of both something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are currently out of contact with the Artemis 2 crew. This was a planned, or not really a planned, but a tracked loss of signal that occurs when the crew flies behind the moon. We use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew, and when they are behind the moon, they are out of reach of that Deep Space Network. And when you consider our nonstop communications during the time in which we live, this is even more striking. For the Artemis 2 crew, they're only currently communicating with each other. Now, we expect to regain those communications in under 9 minutes from now, and we also are hopeful for a view of Earthrise. Despite being out of communication, the crew is continuously capturing imagery of their predetermined lunar targets. Now about 7 minutes, 25 seconds until we anticipate regaining communications with the Artemis 2 crew aboard Orion. In the meantime, Artemis 2 Lunar Science Deputy Lead Marie Henderson is trained these astronauts to capture and document their views of the lunar surface for all of us to enjoy back here on Earth.
I cannot wait to hear their voices when they get to the far side of the moon and I can hear them talk about seeing the moon out their window. I try to imagine it now and just tear up thinking about it. Ooh, now I gotta hold on a second. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains our astronaut friends have. They are going to be able to observe the moon in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes, they'll look through their camera and snap pictures, and just looking out the window getting that human experience. But during Apollo, the astronauts were so much closer to the lunar surface, our astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude, so they're going to be able to see the whole moon as a lunar disk on the lunar far side. That's a brand new, unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before. We are doing a lot of lunar geography training with them. They have study sessions and quizzes they can do that are assigned to them. You know, even if you're an astronaut, you still get homework. We actually get in the mock-up. In that enclosed physical space, we have to think through the hardware that they have, the cameras, the computers, their microphones to make these observations. There's 4 windows up front. Through one of those windows, one of our astronauts will be using a Nikon D5 camera with an 80 to 400 millimeter lens. So something that allows them to zoom in really far and actually take more detailed observations of the surface. It's almost like looking through a pair of binoculars as well. It's just like being a geologist out in the field. They're telling us what they're seeing, looking for colors, textures, different morphologies, and comparing the region that we're having them look at to the regions that are around them. We have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be observed, putting them all on the timeline of how they're going to be observed, and then taking the first look at the data when it comes down. The Apollo astronauts were only on the moon for 300 hours total, and they only went to the equator. That's like going to places that were safer landing sites, and they only saw so little, 300 hours total. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn. And we are the beginning of the next generation that gets to start being a part of these discoveries.
Must be getting close to contact.
We are now 4 minutes and 28 seconds until we expect
4 minutes.
to gain communications with the astronauts flying aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. They are now flying behind the moon. While behind the moon at an MET, or mission elapsed time of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, we expect this was the point in which they made their closest approach, 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface.
Oh, Lamb Sauce got it. Really? Post it. Try Gigantify. Is that how you made it? By Gigantify? Gigantify.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you can see, this is the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. It's in the same building and just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis 2 crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization. You can see the SIR here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. It's embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the Science Mission Operations Room is a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis.
You resized it, added it to your emotes.
We also have our science officer, Kelsey Young, here on console.
I guess as long as you change the size, but I'm not sure how much you have to alter it.
Priorities are represented during mission execution.
Now we're going to be back in action here in a few minutes, guys.
Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the crew has continued executing their lunar flyby tasks. As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined, and this is the fourth of 5 blocks of time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. At this time, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook are observing the moon at windows 2 and 3.
2 and 3. Nice.
One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device, also known as a PCD, to make annotations.
PCD.
And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. However, we have been hearing quite a lot of great descriptions from the crew who have been serving as the support. Right now, the support team members are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Those team members are providing science sit reps, situation reports, calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they're observing. And even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting those science sit reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw. They're also including lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and their emotions and reactions. Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft.
Oh, there's the Earth.
The weekend she was with me, I brought my daughter for like a couple of hours there because
We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center, getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
Wow. That's frightful. I don't think I'd want to be out of contact that long. And that's Earth. So when they come around, what part of the moon are they going to catch?
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away.
Wow. Incredible.
With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home.
So it's going to take 5 days to get back. So that'll put them back around the 10th.
The crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly. But we do have good signal coming from Orion. This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now
There they
back
are.
on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. After this target, they will get a short observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. Tell me.
Well, that's an accomplishment.
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy.
Yeah, I tried to turn the ad off, Lamb Sauce, but I still got hit with it. Sorry about that, dude. Fucking ads. I thought I turned them off. I'm going to get rid of them once and for all.
We copy.
Because it doesn't do anything for me. Oh, look at the light.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh.
Wholesalers followed your channel.
I have another.
Those first communications.
Pulsar.
The astronauts aboard.
How you doing? Thanks for coming in, dude.
Back to what she said
Appreciate it.
before
Thank you for the
translunar
follow.
injection burn. That with this burn,
We're just got contact back with the spaceship.
the translunar injection burn served
The Artemis.
not only what put them on this
They were on the other side of the moon. Now they're coming
but
back
also
around.
committed them to splashing down in the Pacific
Listen up
Ocean
here.
on flight day 10. At this time, the crew is entering an observation break. We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations, making audio recordings, and communicating all of the wonderful things that they are seeing on the moon. This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon, and then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse time frame.
Yeah, but are we going to be able to see the eclipse from their perspective?
Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it charge the batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame. This view on your screen is a visualization. The spacecraft now 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that number will now continue to grow, while the number of distance from Earth, 252,699 miles, will continue to shrink all the way until our crew is back home.
Back home. This on this screen is not. That's live. Is that live? How can it be? It's not live because where's the camera? The camera is on the wing of the solar of the module, somewhere out on the wing.
Again, we are MET, mission elapsed time, 5 days and 58 minutes since the launch of Artemis 2.
I don't think that's live, to be honest with you.
We have reestablished communications with the crew and the Orion spacecraft, now entering a little bit of a break while they are out of visibility, or the moon is out of their visibility. The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. This current attitude maneuver helps charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power them through the eclipse.
It's an animation, correct? Because I knew there was no camera here. The cameras are on these panels somewhere. I think there's 4 panels. Is that one there? There's one here, one there. I can see one here. And that one here, probably 4. So it's just an animation. Visualization. Top left of the screen, exactly. Space Wars. You got your oh, good for you, Frankensteins. You made it. You're an official NASA viewer. I wonder if anybody else in the chat's got it. All the raiders that came in, you guys.
Integrity, Houston, in mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
Oh, well, let's get going. Takes 5 days to get back. Can you imagine that, chat? 5 days to get back. NASA.
That's great. See the light of day as we head back to.
Sorry, chat. Just want to check a timestamp. Back at it. Oh, FAO. Science. Oh, back to the visualization. She had Heinz ketchup packets. Yeah, the animation or visualization is pre-recorded. But there's going to be an eclipse. Let's see what happens. Nothing moves fast out in outer space.
A very special moment just now in mission control. Ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis 2 crew, and the Capcom Jenny Gibbons did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim, and we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
Okay, come on. Let's get this show on the road. Okay.
Joining me here in the room, Artemis Mission Control, I have Angela Garcia, Artemis 2 Science Officer. Thanks for being here, Angela.
It is an honor to be here. What a day. Everyone's been buzzing. I can't contain myself. So it's been a really awesome day.
So you're sitting on console at the Science Console now. Have you been in the SIR earlier today?
There's a lot going on. So I went here first, and then I'm going to go there after.
All right, Integrity, we hear you. That was a little clipped, but I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. We moved it, and we are in bias tail to sun.
Okay, Houston, you're coming in loud and clear, and copy, we're in bias tail to sun now.
Affirm and Integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we heard you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Glad we're back.
Okay, copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that you, the MER, and Mission Control flipped your patches around, and that side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Our pleasure.
Okay, Angela, so can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting Artemis 2 and the science preparation for the mission?
Yes, so I'm one of the 3 science officers. So Kelsey's been on console all day. I'll take over kind of closer to the end of the day. And then Trevor Graff is on the planning shift. And so it's the 3 of us in this 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. And so the science officer console is a brand new console to mission control. And it's not every day that you get a new discipline incorporated into mission control. So it's been such a significant milestone for us, and it's just a testament to like the commitment that the Flight Operations Directorate and NASA have, that they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science throughout Artemis. So it's really exciting. And then the science preparation. So I'm on the operations team, but I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout outs that you've gotten today, it warms my heart. It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation worm. I promise you that. But so all the classroom training, the field training, the mission simulations, right? We were part of all of it, and that is what we did to get the crew to be. They are a part of the science team, and they are the forefront, that nice edge, and they're just been doing such a great job today.
I know. I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. So I would like to know a little bit about how you have developed procedures for this crew. What kind of science activities are they carrying out inside the spacecraft?
Yeah, so the procedure development has been a unique challenge. I would say the exploration science that we're doing is inherently pretty flexible, and operations is, I'd say, inherently has more structure and rigidity. And so to marry the two and to operationalize the science that we want to get done has been a challenge. But I think we've been able to go through these processes and create good products at the end and have a good plan. And yeah, it's been really great. What was the second part of your question?
Just what kind of these science activities that they're performing, which of those have you really had a hand in?
Yeah, so a lot of the procedures help organize what the crew is doing in the cabin. And I know we've talked a lot about, what they've been doing, and they've been doing a lot, and it's been a little dark, so I can re-explain what some of those things that they're doing. So the observation blocks are about an hour long, and the crew is organized, the 4 crew members are organized into 2 pairs of 2, the window team and the cabin team. And the lunar targeting package that you've been showing up and that the crew have on their handheld tablets is really the instructions for the window team. So the window team, the 2 crew members are looking out the window. One has the camera with the long lens, one has, they're just looking out the window with their unaided eye, and they're taking these detailed observations. And then halfway in that observation block, they do the window team position swap. So that's what Capcom's been calling out, and they'll switch positions, so each crew member has a chance to have that long lens. And then that's just what the window team is doing. There's also the cabin team, where they also have duties that they're doing. We're asking a lot of the crew in this time. And then the cabin team, they have the interior camera, and they're taking images inside the cabin. They're also supporting the window team, where, you've heard some call outs where looking out at the bright moon and then looking inside the dark cabin and looking at their LED screen is a lot. So the cabin team is also helping support, target, and guide the window team into specific targets on their plan. They're also helping call out these science situational reps. So they're looking out a different window and listening in to what the crew who are really down and in the science on the window team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And those recordings that the window team is doing are going to be uplinked or downlinked overnight, and we're going to be able to chew on that data. But yeah, they're helping. They're doing a lot. And so making sure we have a plan that's flexible, but also make sure that we check off all those boxes was really important.
So tell me a little bit more. You talked earlier about the analogs that the crew has done. What kind of analogs or environments were really useful for this?
Yeah, so for procedure development, right, you have so many different environments that you can do. You have classroom, like we said, you have the Orion mock-up, you have simulations, and at least for developing the plan, we kind of did it in a tiered approach, because each of those different analog environments helps us answer a slightly different question and has a little bit of a higher fidelity. So we would start with the classroom. So we would we would just get into a classroom, we would put all the hardware on the table, and then we'd almost role play of like, you be Victor, you be Reed, you be Jeremy, and I'll be Christina, and like, let's just do the plan how we think we should do it. Write that down, and then just keep iterating on that, and then
Integrity Houston for a tag up pre-forward link LOS in place of the Flight Director Conference.
I didn't think you could go to space, Lamb Sauce. It would take you a few years to get up to speed there.
Okay, Jenny, we're ready.
We're ready.
All right, right, crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first two are for timeline.
Okay.
First of all, read for your toilet maintenance.
Oh my
It
God.
is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone change-out. That portion of the procedure is canceled. Victor, you have an HHP stop activity on your timeline. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons.
Toilet maintenance. Toilet maintenance.
For your next portion of the flyby, in particular the eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. And then finally, for the D5 with the long or zoom lens, which is set for solar corona, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earth shine, you will likely have to adjust the exposure. That's all I have for you. Let me know if you have anything for us.
Oh.
Okay, Houston, we copy all. Thanks for those words, Sydney.
Houston, we copy all.
All right, just a quick call up to the crew ahead of a forward link LOS, meaning that we won't be communicating with them, but we will be receiving their communications and data during that time frame. So, Angela, we were talking about analog environments. You were telling me about the classroom and getting in there and pretending who's Victor, who's Reed. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, it works pretty well. So you're gonna do the plan how you expect it to be, and then once we finalize that plan, we'll give it to a completely new group of people and have them practice it and then they'll be like, these steps don't make sense, and we'll reiterate on it over and over. Then
That's pretty well what you have to be. You have to be a genius and in perfect physical health.
Because that
That's
volume
true.
is smaller, the window placement,
That's a bit
their
true.
seating, what things have we forgotten with this,
And you
addition
need to be
of
born
this,
into
this
wealthy
environment.
families.
And then once we, reiterate on that, we'll take it then, we'll give it to the crew.
Oh,
and
for
have
a
them
naval pilot.
execute off of it during
Let alone
mission
an
simulations.
astronaut.
That's the
Oh,
highest
God.
quality that we can do before we send it to space. So this is the first time we've
Yeah,
had to
it's
do
only
this
for a
with Random
few.
console, and it just sparks so many neurons of like, how are we going to do this for surface missions and integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to have kicked off this process, but there's so much more to come.
Fascinating. And I think it was really well thought out too, because each crew member gets an opportunity to do each task. And so you're getting different perspectives and different insights from each crew member, maybe even about the same target, but something that one person sees could be completely different than something another person notices. So we also know that Artemis 2 has traveled. They're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from the moon than the Apollo missions did. So what makes that vantage point scientifically interesting?
Yeah, observations are so fundamental in the scientific toolkit, particularly observations from different perspectives, different scales, and with different techniques. And so we really tried to make the plan to optimize those. There's pros and cons for all those things for this mission. So we really just focused the plan to have all those pros. So in terms of scale, this zoomed out scale, you can learn different things. This different perspectives. So their perspective, as Kelsey talked about, photometry around when they orbit the moon. And then also just their different the different things they're able to observe. Let me talk a little bit about scale, because I think observations at different scales, you can gain a lot of different information. So like, for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface looking at a rock, and you describe at this micro scale. So in training, we kind of talk about observations from micro to macro, or from outcrop to orbit. So looking at a rock at this scale, you can describe its components, you can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals, and you're like, okay, and this rock came from this boulder, and it's this part of this boulder, and these are the different things that I'm observing around. It gives me context to this sample. And then you zoom out a little bit more, and you're like, okay, well, I can see that this boulder came from, it rolled from this mountain ridge, or this high ridge feature. And then
Not from that
like,
distance you
trail that
can.
it came from. Okay, now let me describe this ridge. And
Unless you got a
different parts of
DayZ
it and
scope.
maybe other boulders that I'm seeing. And then you zoom out further of the orbit scale, and you're like, this ridge is a part of this larger crater. So all of those different steps give you different information, and so that's why observations at these different scales and these different
Reaper, you gonna go do Lone 2025 or what?
zoomed out kind of far view is this full lunar disk view. It's the full lunar
Waiting
on
for
Earth, we see
Strucky.
the full lunar disk as well, but now we're able to see it on the far side, and we're able to see it, all at the same time, which enables the astronauts to compare very quickly to different parts of the surface. And the color particularly is very compelling because you can just be able to very quickly compare from 3 different regions. Is it in the same family? Is this actually a little bit different? Compare that to what they see in their orbital data that they have access to on their portable computers, and really just be able to tease out that nuance and information.
Yeah, we heard them make a lot of those connections today, and especially the color. We talked with Kelsey about this a little bit, just how exciting it was to hear the browns and greens and things like that. I cannot wait to see those pictures. So one last question. We are coming up on the last lunar flyby observation block, and this is when we are going into a solar eclipse. So can you tell me what you're interested in the crew learning during that time frame?
Yeah, so the data set. So yes, there's so many things. How to pick one. So I'd say the thing that I'm most interested in seeing is some of their annotations that they're taking. So in this opportunity, it's a very dynamic type of experience in that we don't normally see this activity, and so being able to have crew observe the solar corona and then also annotate it in their on their portable computing device is just such a unique thing that humans can give to missions.
I don't know if Minnow's coming back, Reaper, because I haven't talked to him today.
Observing while they're talking about it is also unique to being able to have astronauts
He's in
orbit
Vishnoi
as well, because we won't be able to have annotations on the lunar surface because the astronauts will be in suits. They're going to be collecting samples, they're going to be deploying instruments, and so personally, I'm really excited to see some of these annotations and to see how that develops over time, because you've heard a lot of descriptions, and I think when people are describing something that's unique and different, you can interpret it differently. But if you're drawing and you're marking, particularly just going back to like the color provinces, for example, and those boundaries, you know exactly what they meant. And really, I'm just very excited about those annotations. There's been some famous annotations that the Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures that have and lofted dust.
I'll try to ping Minnow and see where he is.
Debate within the
but we're going to try and get from Krasno
this phenomenon
up to you.
Now it's our job to hypothesize of like, why are they observing this? Like, what is going on? So I think that's just a really cool part of exploration and science, and this beautiful thing that we're about to do.
Well, now you've got me excited about the annotations too. I mean, I've been excited about the pictures and the audio, but now
don't sleep on the annotations. I am very excited to see these little sketches that they're able to draw out, and we have pictures that they can just draw right on as like, this particular thing is different than what we've seen. So I'm excited about that.
I'm excited too. Angela Garcia, thank you so much for joining us today, and have a great time tonight on Console.
Thank you, and you've been doing a great job, and so excited to see where we go from here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, come on. You guys are still eating. Look at them. God. I want to see the eclipse. I'm afraid it's going to be a while.
Integrity Houston, you have 3 minutes until we go into a forward link LOS. We will be back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid.
On Madrid tracking.
Thanks for the heads up. Look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Likewise.
Madrid. That's probably the tracking center that they're going to be. I don't know if it means what I think it means. Not very exciting right now, chat, but
We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This a live view from the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis 2 crew inside. That's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. We are still live for our lunar flyby coverage. The crew is in a short break while the spacecraft is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into a solar eclipse. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a solar eclipse from the moon.
oh
So it's
God,
going to
I've
be
got to
a
watch
challenge
this.
for our crew. But ahead of heading into that solar eclipse, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we have positioned the solar arrays into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to charge. We will get back pointed at the moon just in time for that solar eclipse.
How long?
Also in a forward link LOS. What that means is essentially we cannot send calls or commands to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data and communications.
Right.
The spacecraft is now 4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks, now 252,523 miles away. Our closest approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756 statute miles. Both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon. The crew also set that new record today, beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from Earth.
Quite remarkable.
This is an animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night, by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This shows you how the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity, now traveling 930 miles per hour.
Only 930 miles an hour.
During
900.
this break in their time today, the crew is working on a couple of other tasks. Some of those include their National Geographic timelined test. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA to help tell the story of Artemis 2. So you've seen the crew with some GoPros inside the cabin, taking videos and pictures, and with other cameras as well. National Geographic plans to leverage its portfolio of media assets, including magazines, social and digital content, and television programming for engagement opportunities. Throughout the flight, the crew has been timelined a little bit each day to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, and that includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and just their overall thoughts about the mission. And I cannot wait to see that footage. Teams on the ground reporting that the spacecraft is looking good and that the power aboard is good as well, all setting us up in a proper position before eclipse.
When is that going to happen, lady? I'd like to get that down, but I think it's going to be another hour. Or they'll say this in a few minutes. I think they'll tell us. You see, they're getting farther away from the moon. Look at that. 4,247 down here in this corner. They got to be going a mile a minute. I think that's how fast the Concorde was going. I might be wrong. They said 1 hour before. I thought it was something like that, Clunk. I mean, this would be very nice to see and record if I can last that long. I don't know about the rest of my crew here now. They're all sitting with bated breath. Where in the hell's the eclipse?
The crew is in a little break during our flyby coverage for today. They will resume their flyby momentarily in about 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that solar eclipse. Now, the moon is our nearest celestial neighbor, orbiting Earth at less than 250,000 miles on average.
Right.
When our astronauts venture there for future Artemis missions, they'll target landing sites near the lunar South Pole. There, ancient rocks, minerals, and trapped water ice will not only provide resources for human explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and evolution of our planet and the solar system. Let's learn more about the lunar South
You don't
Pole
know that already?
featuring Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead.
We learned a lot from the Apollo samples, but we still have a lot.
Look, that's not brown and gray or green.
The Apollo missions visited only a pretty narrow swath of the moon. All the missions were concentrated near the near-side equator. Really interesting and really critical insights were unlocked with the Apollo samples, but we have so many questions still to answer about the moon and the evolution of the moon.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
NASA's Artemis
Great.
missions are NASA's plan to send people to the surface of the moon. We'll be sending people and roving assets.
Yeah, Frankensauce wants to go.
To, among other things, answer a lot of really compelling science questions. Scientists have a lot to learn about the moon. It's our nearest celestial neighbor here to Earth, so what the moon has experienced, we've experienced. Except here on Earth, we have things like plate tectonics, oceans, forests, people that erase the rock record. Whereas on the moon, that whole record of our planet's history, of the moon's history, is just kind of waiting there at the surface for us to explore. The South Pole, which is where Artemis missions are going to target, is specifically interesting for a couple key reasons. We think there are volatiles at the South Pole of the moon that are not present near the equator. Things like water and water ice that are trapped in the lunar regolith, which basically just means lunar soil, that can easily become untrapped from that lunar regolith, and scientists can scoop up and study for return to Earth. The lunar South Pole is a really exciting scientific target, and it also comes with some challenges for operating. For example, the lighting environment will change drastically within the course of one mission, and even over sometimes the course of one spacewalk. So preparing the crew members, preparing the hardware that we're sending to the moon, and preparing the mission control teams is really, really important. The South Pole Aitken Basin is particularly exciting. We think it's one of the oldest and largest impact basins in the solar system. And if we can get the right rock from the South Pole Aitken Basin and bring it back to our labs here on Earth, we can use that sample to constrain the entire evolution of our solar system. And
There's no way to take the laboratory up there.
The moon and our planet and the entire solar system evolved.
Mm. Oh.
You're looking at a live view aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Artemis II crew, working in the middle of one of their breaks, or really their only break today, during this lunar flyby period. Coming up next will be that solar eclipse.
Said 1 hour, but 30 minutes they should be ready to start, Clunk.
Throughout the Artemis II mission, and of course throughout today, you've likely heard the crew being called with the name Integrity. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity during a news conference September 24th, 2025. The name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew, and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. They said this name is also a nod to the extensive integrated effort, from the more than 300,000 spacecraft components to the thousands of people across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back, inspire the world, and set the course for a long-term presence at the moon.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Is rooted in a shared core value of NASA.
Are we all doomed on Earth?
Office and the CSA, the Canadian Space Agency.
They're all wearing 2 watches. Look, she's got a watch in that hand and this hand. It say there, he's got 2 watches. What a cramped up place. Imagine being stuck in a garbage disposal. Well, maybe it's a little smaller than a garbage disposal. I think it's about the same size. Come on.
We are 5 days, 1 hour, and 38 minutes mission elapsed time into Artemis 2. In this view on the screen, you can see the crew starting to even look through some photos that they may have captured today. We really look forward to sharing these photos with you as soon as we possibly can. And the best way to keep up with those is to follow NASA on social media. You can do so at NASA, and for this mission specifically, at NASA Artemis.
I wonder what it's like to bump your head on a piece of metal or the roof. It's all padded inside, probably.
Again, we are in a forward link LOS, or forward link loss of signal with the crew, meaning that we're not able to communicate or send any commands to them right now as they were. This is a tracked event that occurs at times, but they could still provide communications down here to us, and we are obviously still receiving their video and their data.
Hang in there, chat. We got an eclipse coming. I think it's worth just hanging in there, sitting back.
in the blind, high priority PAO activities on Reed's timeline are on PCD1 in a folder imagery for downlink, and then high priority standby imagery for downlink, and then lunar flyby for PAO, and then high priority PAO. Thank you.
Right. That's their feed.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis 2 mission aboard Orion, make a call in the blind. This means he knows we cannot call back and that he knows we may not receive his call. However, we have good communications with the spacecraft. They just cannot hear from us right now due to a forward link loss of signal. Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain that momentarily. But that call that came down from Wiseman mentioned some imagery, so we are very much looking forward to getting pictures taken from the moon today. Again, to see those images, make sure you follow NASA on our social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
Yeah.
The view on your screen right now is an animation. This is called Arrow, or Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can visit this for yourself at nasa.gov/trackartemis, and you can watch as we continue to grow closer to Earth and farther away from the moon. It's all seemed to happen so fast so far, and we're coming up on splashdown now in 3 days, 23 hours and 31 minutes.
Wow. I guess these solar panels obviously will fold up self-store, or maybe they'll donate it to space debris. Oh boy. We just got that ad in time. We're getting farther and farther away from the moon. Not this thing, because it's visualization. The clock is ticking. 938 miles an hour, so that's pretty fast. Had break-ins in 28 seconds. How'd that happen? Let that wind down. Maybe it'll be okay for an hour. But I turned them all off, so I don't know why it's keep coming up. Your community's back. Welcome back, chat, and from all over the world. We're sitting here watching Artemis. They circled the moon already. They're on a trajectory to Earth. They'll be here in 3 days, 20 minutes.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are in a forward link LOS with the spacecraft. We're not able to send commands or communications to them right now. However, they could send them to us, and we do get spacecraft data. This is tracked as we are on the Deep Space Network. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft now that we are so far from Earth, over 252,000 miles. We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very important and very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon, the first humans to ever do so.
I think that's worth staying around for, don't you, chat?
Something that we also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches is space weather. So since the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, there were some solar eruptions near that time frame that could have been dangerous to our explorers. Over those 50 years since those storms, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA have improved, enabling advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection,
good.
which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts
Yep.
to the moon.
Across our planet, billions of people depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Every day, those networks are at the mercy of our temperamental sun and the space weather that it unleashes across our solar system. That's why NASA's space weather program tracks solar storms from the moment they erupt, modeling their paths, anticipating their impacts, and leading the research that the world's industries rely on. NASA's space weather research and modeling is driven by the needs of society and enables critical decision-making that equips pilots to reroute around high radiation areas, farmers to adjust GPS-based precision planting and harvesting plans, and power grid operators to mitigate the impacts of potential surges. For those exploring other worlds, NASA provides 24/7 space weather monitoring for Artemis crews at the moon and future Mars astronauts who may be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation during solar storms. Whether you're a pilot or a passenger, a farmer or a consumer, a power grid operator or energy customer, a satellite controller or GPS user, space weather impacts us all.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour, and 54 minutes since we launched. We are still in our flyby coverage, and the crew is on a short break right now as we have changed the attitude of the spacecraft to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly an hour. The astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. So, much like us on Earth, they will have eclipse glasses so they can safely view that portion. The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse. There also may be some other planets visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury. If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking at, this can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing. This provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information.
I don't know. Are we going to be okay watching this clips on a computer? Because they're talking about that they have to take precautions also, and because they're watching it on computers. So I wonder if this is such a good idea. And maybe watch it back after it's been recorded by NASA in real time. I don't want anybody to get any ideas, like you don't want to get injured. I wonder if I can look it up.
Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it.
Didn't look that bright to me.
The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observations. The first of these is sunset. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles.
That's what these are?
Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts.
So I'm going to stretch, guys, for a minute. Is that? No, we're not ready. We're not there yet. Okay, I'm going to stretch, guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes. This is going to be interesting. The first eclipse like this from space. Wow.
You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon. And this solar eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well. Again, during the beginning portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses just like we do from Earth to safely view it. Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into see if there are other planets nearby. What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
science integrity in the blind. This is continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3, and it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earth shine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
So I suppose this is Earth over here. The sun's in the back. This is the moon. And the spacecraft is looking like that. That's 250,000 miles away. Thought I see some stars. Look at this. Those are stars. What'd they do? Oh, here we go.
Again, you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. Orion is now 252,125 miles away from us all on Earth. We're here in the Artemis mission control room in Houston, Texas, and what you had just before we lost that view quickly was the corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse for this portion of the lunar flyby. We're now over 5,500 statute miles from the moon. That closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. And teams in the room beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping through a handover. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to Orbit 2, who will continue monitoring lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft.
There's a little star up here. Come on. What are they shifting all this back and forth about? Look at this. Some interference.
You're getting your last few views of the solar corona as the moon begins to take center stage and completely cover the sun. If you see that bright dot up near the top left of your screen, we think right now that that may be a part of the spacecraft, but we'll be sure to correct that if we end up figuring out later that it is something else entirely.
Yeah, it's a UFO. They came down to see what the hell we're doing. I thought it was Earth. What the hell is it then?
It has been an absolute honor to join you here today for the lunar flyby of Artemis 2, the first time humans have flown by the moon in over 50 years. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited now to hand over the
team is shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on a camera to pick up Earth shine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earth shine.
That's an Earth shot. That's what he said. It's the only thing we can see. That's the moon blacking out the sun. And apparently that's going to stay like that for quite a while. That might be Venus. Oh, no, it's not Venus. What the hell is it? She said they were going to find out. Lamb sauce, don't they know? Shouldn't they know?
You know our rules that we don't talk when the crew is talking.
Exactly.
So I wanted to give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my friend Anna Schneider at the PAO console as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and she is currently handing over with the Orbit 1 Flight Director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft. It continues to observe the eclipse that they are witnessing. There's about 43 minutes remaining in that eclipse period.
43 minutes left. My goodness. The guy in the red shirt's falling asleep. He wouldn't make a good air traffic controller, would he? It's gone now. Just a little bit down there. Total eclipse of the sun by the moon.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft. We spoke with our science team, and they did determine that that dot in the distance is Venus.
Venus. I was just going to say that. I thought I said it. Didn't I mention Venus? I think I did. I'm your Venus. Okay, that's Venus. And this is the way it's going to be. So I'm wondering, let's see what time it is. Back to visualization.
Science integrity. Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes, and at that point then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond, so they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
boy, they're 6,000 miles from the moon. Yeah, well, it's non-eventful right now because they have to wait for, I guess they call it the sunrise or the Earthrise.
Science, integrity, and the blind. The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon as we're flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think it's we're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earth shine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
Hey Jenny, we have you loud and clear, thanks.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to Science for some critical questions. Thanks for your reports.
Integrity Science, we were loving your Science Sit Reps in the Blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Or are you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by. All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
Probably.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We have regained that signal, so the team here in Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control was able to ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact flashes, and they did provide confirmation that they did see at least 4 impact flashes during that lost signal.
Are you still with us, Houston, or do we lose you?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
Okay, we got you loud and clear. One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make out little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Wow. Why doesn't he show us a picture?
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observed them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very just the sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the earth glow.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. I mean, there were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
Okay, we're excited to see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows. And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
Not too much of a delay from what we hear and how it's put up on the screen.
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go looking at PCD right now, but we'll definitely try and annotate what we saw.
And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
This is Artemis Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Science Officer console here in Mission Control. And we've been hearing that communication between the Science Officer. The Orbit 1 Science Officer is Kelsey Young, and she's been asking questions to the crew, specifically CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back to Earth. The distance from the Moon will continue to increase at this point. So right now, Orion and its crew are about 6,300 miles away from the Moon and about 251,000 miles away from the Earth.
You know, as fast as that thing travels, there's not much in between, is there?
for sunrise. The window teams are Christina is supporting, and also Z9 in window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2, and the short lens in window 2. And Reed is in window 3, and he has started recordings and is set up to see Corona.
Great sit rep, Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
Yeah.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard the crew call down to the team here in Houston, reporting that they have swapped out who is in the windows for the final portion of the lunar flyby. So Christina Cook is in window 1, with Jeremy Hansen in window 2 and Reed in window 3.
Final portion, chat. Hang in there because we're going to go over
which
the
is
DayZ.
the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. There is about 18 minutes remaining in the eclipse period.
Science in Houston integrity. I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing.
Amazing. Thank you, Victor.
And just one more logistics note, we have gone as dark as we can in the cabin. We have turned the DUs all the way as dim as they can go, so you can't see anything on the screens. Every bit of light in the cabin affects the view. You're definitely seeing the brightness go closer. It's definitely brighter on the Earthshine side, and so we're expecting to see some corona here soon.
We copy all. Excited for what you see next.
I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but right off the we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet. That line of planets, there's something a moon diameter to the left, and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So. But anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so in unreal view, yeah, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window. And now it's deep space behind it is kind of dark blue like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
Victor,
very nice.
Doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add on to what he's doing. It's indescribable. No matter how long we look at this, our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's no adjectives. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe what we are looking at out this window.
This is just absolutely beautiful and inspiring to hear. And Victor, we suspect what you're seeing is Saturn and Mars. That reddish object is likely Mars. Good opportunity to look to the future.
Yeah, Mars is a red planet.
the color of Mars. That's awesome.
Why are we not getting any image yet, though, is the question.
Okay, and from this vantage point, the 4 o'clock on the Earthshine side is definitely getting brighter, still no coronal structure.
Houston copies.
Mm.
And we aren't able to distinguish which Mare is, but we can clearly see Mare in the Earthshine.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the South Pole, near the South Pole on the Terminator, Reed just saw one.
Amazing.
Mm.
Integrity Science, and as you look around our solar system neighborhood, you should see Saturn setting behind the moon right now.
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
Hmm.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, and we have about 11 minutes remaining in the eclipse as at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis 2 crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft. We've received several different call downs from the crew and questions up from the science officer here in Mission Control. One of the things that they said that they were able to see is Mars off in the distance, and then the science team also confirmed that they should be seeing Saturn setting behind the moon. They've also acknowledged seeing several different impact flashes, and these are flashes of lights from meteorites striking the surface of the moon. They've also mentioned the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have officially completed their handover. So the Orbit 2 team is now leading here in Mission Control, and that is being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom here in Mission Control will be Tess Caswell. And you can see there on your screen on the right-hand side is the Flight Director console, and Diane Daly is in the far right of that screen, and Tess Caswell, the Capcom or capsule communicator, is in the far left hand of that screen.
Well, there it is there, guys. The sun.
Okay, the light is continuing to grow in intensity. About the 4 o'clock position on the, about the 8 o'clock position on the Earth-shine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
There it is.
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
So it went behind the moon on this side, and it's coming up over on this side. Pretty cool. Ooh, look at that.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That view you're seeing on your screen is coming from the solar array wing cameras outside of the Orion spacecraft. And you can see the light starting to come into view as the solar eclipse period is starting to end.
Integrity, still no coronal structure at this time, just continuing to grow in intensity.
Copy, Victor, and reminder, you still should have several minutes before the eclipse classes need to go on, and we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder, but you should be good for several more minutes.
Yeah, what about us? We should be all right.
Copy, thank you, and yes, please send up the reminder. Thank you. Okay, we all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct, you can still see Earth shine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Sorry about that, chat.
The Artemis 2 astronauts
I went to look at my DayZ launcher.
Observing an
Shit.
eclipse. And to the crew on board the spacecraft, the eclipse looks much like a total solar eclipse here on Earth, except the moon is much larger compared to the sun.
Yeah.
Unlike a terrestrial solar eclipse where the moon and the sun appear the same size in the sky.
We are definitely starting to see structure. That baby hair is rapidly growing out toward the 9 o'clock and the 8 o'clock. It's almost as if it were reaching out for Venus or for the Earth.
Getting brighter in there, chat. Teabaggins.
If you've ever seen the spotlight off the
No,
top
this
of the
is not AI.
in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
Here comes the sun. Frodo, here comes the sun.
So far, it's pretty symmetrical. There are 2 or 3 streamers that are growing in intensity.
Yeah, you can see what he's talking about right there, coming off the sun.
Starting to spread out across the horizon. Pretty amazing view.
I like the other picture, Houston. Shit. Almost did it again.
And
Red.
Integrity Houston.
The original space landing? Don't think I did.
We are approaching the brightness level at which you should
I was around for that, but I don't remember. I remember hearing a lot about it, but I was too busy probably running around.
Integrity copies, and thanks for the heads up.
Okay, I think.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
And I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it moves. It's pointing in different directions, and some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole of the moon, but it's and then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside.
It's not.
It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame.
Yeah. And the line is not solid.
And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center of it. There's a towering light of. There's a towering light, and then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it, and now it is just extremely bright.
Wow.
Houston, copies all.
Get a little warm.
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
Houston, we copy all. We are in eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Very nice.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
Underdog, you caught it, did you? I waited for this myself.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes.
Okay, we're going to go to DayZ.
Coming to you from the solar array wing cameras.
We're going to cut this.
The Orion spacecraft.
Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
Yep.
Okay, you good to go?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like 1 or 2 minutes.
Well, I'm ready to fly. Doggy DayZ. It's Doggy DayZ. Underdoggy. Great to see this. Yeah, wasn't that an eclipse? That's the first time anybody on Earth has seen something like that of out in space. I gotta change. I gotta restart the stream.